kind of, especially those quality of life crimes as much. So please, we're just asking that you be engaged with this. You know, as ANC commissioners, your voice is heard loudly. So we thank you for your support. So I think that kind of covers what my commander wanted to say.
Okay, and next I'm going to keep you unmuted, okay, Captain? And we're gonna go to the next one, this Galaxy one here. Okay, this is for our question for Commander Emmerman. Who has the Galaxy phone? You're gonna have to unmute. Hi.
Can you hear me? Hi, Alan Fields. We live in City Vista K, and I apologize. I'm a little bit delayed in trying to get to raise the hand. Getting back to 7-Eleven, I don't know if this is an ANC's problem. There are large trucks most of the time parked either in the alley or in front of it for several hours at night. Motor running, air conditioner running. I don't know whether they're getting, and many of them are delivery trucks that are in the area there that obviously should not be there. Apparently, you're not supposed to deliver until after 7 in the morning. I believe that's true for the alley by the City Vista Cave. But who do we complain to when these trucks are there with some great frequency?
So I'm going to ask if you address with Commissioner Marriott to take, this is, we're talking about police issues now. So if you can reach out to Commissioner Marriott, he'll help you out.
Be happy to do it. Alex will do it. Thank you very much.
All right. Oh, do you want to say Alex? I'm going to say, there you go, Alex.
Hey, doctor. Good to talk to you.
Good, Alex.
Yeah, I've dealt with this issue, on 5th Street, actually, with these trucks. We can talk offline and figure out how to best resolve this, because I know how tricky this can be. Yeah.
So, Alex, thanks. Let's take offline. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, so next we have, this is for Commander Emmerman of 3D. I'm going to get Bernard here. Bernard?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, you have a question for the Commander, Emmerman?
It's more of a comment, and not just as a commander. I wasn't even planning on saying anything, and I'll keep my stuff under a minute since I wasn't. But just from hearing some of the things, just to speak as one of the constituents, right? Because everyone's always speaking for the constituents. So if y'all don't know me, I live on the 500 block of O Street. I own 2 properties there. I'm actually on the agenda later. Hopefully this doesn't hurt my agenda thing, but I think we get to speaking about the young gentlemen and young ladies who are, as the police officer said earlier, really just get displaced from one corner to the next. I had a neighbor move in one time, said how much he loved the neighborhood. If we could just get rid of that building and that building, pointing at certain apartments and pointing at the co-op, not knowing there was a co-op. And I think a lot of times people get in their head that if we could just get rid of certain people in the neighborhood, that the neighborhood would be so much greater, right? As the gentleman said earlier, there may be some people looking to buy condos in the neighborhood aren't going to buy condos, right? The developers are having issues because they see people hanging out there, and they look at those people and they think certain things about those people, and they don't want to move there. And as someone who's been looked at that way for all my life, no matter how successful I am or married with 3 kids and served in the military, it's kind of, I think sometimes we need to take a step back and realize we're talking about people. We're putting up a crime camera because people move from one corner to the other corner, right? And, we're worried about defunding the police. The police do not stop crime, okay? You call the police when crime happens. If you call the police before crime happens, there's nothing they can do. The people just move from one corner to the other. But those are like, they don't attend these meetings, right? So I'm just here I just wanted to speak to them to a certain degree because, all right, they're outside and they're smoking weed. But, I got college kids next door to me on the rooftop smoking weed. And I got parents across the street with me with 2 kids smoking weed. So that's just like part of living in D.C. You put up a crime camera when somebody moves from one block to the next block, that just makes them feel like a criminal, And when we get so worried, I understand the thought process of worrying about defunding the police. And we go, well, if you defund the police, then this is going to happen and that is going to happen. Well, guess what? It was happening when the police were fully funded too. There is no perfect answer to this. But I just want to say, remember, we're talking about it's, you know, and because they're not represented here, it's easy to say and think certain things. And I just didn't want us to get lost in that. I just want to make that comment. That was all. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Commissioner, can I respond to that? Thank you, Bernard. I appreciate that. So just to clarify, though, for you, sir, the crime camera is not moved because of people hanging on a corner. The crime camera is actually being deployed in response to serious violent crime that we've had. So if anybody remembers, I think it was during the summertime of last summer when we had several shootings in that area, young girl outside of the Giant, a few other things. So this has been in place and plans for longer than just a displacement of individuals. This is actually in response to violent crime issues that we've had in the community. I've been the commander at the 3rd District now for 4.5 years, and throughout my career, I've been here as a sergeant, as a lieutenant, now the commander. And I would say one of the beauties of the 3rd District is its diversity. It is one of the most compact geographic districts, one of the densest, but it is also the most diverse. And that is one of the, I think, the best parts about this city and especially about this 3rd District. So I agree with you. We do not want to lose that diversity within our communities. But to say that the police only do response to crimes, I don't think is very accurate. I think we also do a lot of crime prevention through visibility, through active patrols, but also through the engagement with our communities that we do, through our programs in the schools, through our programs with our youth partnerships, through our programs with our ANCs and our other social services that are out in the communities, through our events like we have every summer, where, with the exception of this summer, of course, due to COVID, where we have our Beat the Streets events out in the community, where we work to build those positive relationships with the community to hopefully steer towards a prevention angle. I would love it if we could continue to prevent crime. I think we do, but you're right, we do respond a lot to it as well. But I think prevention is still a very important aspect of what we do. And I think visibility and deployment, as well as having officers in the right place, engaging people, I think is certainly one of those methods.
Okay, I just unmuted Commander Kane.
Okay, thanks. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commander Emmerman, his points were right on time and they're right on the money. And Bernard, I thought your comment was very interesting that you seem to perceive us as only responding to crime. I can tell you as a district commander, like Stu said, for about 4 years now, we actually spend the majority of our time looking at what's going on in the city, looking at what's going on in our districts, looking at what the crime trends may or may not look like in an effort to strategize not only with each other, but with our teams and with our partner government agencies to actually prevent crime. That really is first and foremost what our priority is to prevent crime. And if you live right here in our community and you don't know that, we have some more work to do to get that message out. So with that, I'm sure Commander Emmerman would love to hear from you, but I can definitively tell you that I love to engage and talk to our community members so that we know what it is that they need. Your point is so well taken when you talk about who's actually smoking weed, right? And what that looks like and where we have that enforcement at. And that is where we have to have some of that outreach as well, where community members need to talk to their neighbors and get to know their neighbors and stop kind of pointing fingers so much at behavior that when we look at it as police officers, a good portion of the community engages in that behavior. But so to that point, everything that we do, Mr. Bernard, is with the eye at preventing crime.
Thank you, Commander. So I'm just
And Michelle, I wanted to also address Bernard for a second. So Bernard and also anyone else that's listening, if someone on private property is smoking marijuana, that's not a crime. That's not inconveniencing anyone, and that's not causing any harm to anyone. Smoking marijuana on public space is illegal. It is a crime. Selling marijuana is a crime. So when I've got a couple of dozen people on the 1300 block of A Street smoking marijuana and selling marijuana on it, that is not just casual folks hanging out. That is criminal activity. That is why we need our friends at the 3rd District to be engaged in addressing that. Yes, there are other ways of trying to discourage that activity, and we should be pursuing those. But the suggestion that police should not be interacting with people that are that are conducting criminal activity in public space and causing harm to their neighbors, you're talking about two different things.
Okay, so we have, and I apologize, this is taken, we have great comments from both commanders and great comments from the community. I'm just going to take Mr., is it Melcher? He's had his hand raised up for long, and I'm sorry, I apologize, we've got the Congresswoman waiting. Okay, so one more question only. I'm going to mute you. I see you. Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, for some reason, my name's Michael, and the last name's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
It's fine. It's first name, first initial, last name. Anyway, I appreciate everyone's comments. And I just want to reiterate that, like, the idea of increasing enforcement in one spot simply chases activity to another spot. We really need to get to the root cause of what is going on. We need to understand why these people are doing these things, and try to understand what might they rather be doing if they only had the resources to do that. Whether that's having a different space in which to do that doesn't inconvenience other people. So I think we really need to look at the root cause of this, and just simply increasing patrols is just going to move things around. From my experience, understanding like fare evasion at the metro, like, they put up a patrol here, and people just move to another spot and do the same thing. But then also, I think we're at a time where, with the increased visibility on police, I really think that police need to be above reproach in their approach to the community, and to realizing the visibility that they have, and that the citizens are watching, and we're looking for police when you're blocking a bike lane with your car, and or making a right turn on red without the signal on, without your sirens on. Like, you really need to make sure that you are above reproach right now, because all eyes are on you. And if you want to be around in 5 years, this is your opportunity to shine.
I would absolutely agree with that. I think Commander Kane, I'm sure, is probably going to hold her troops probably more accountable than I do here in 3D, but I know we as an agency hold our teams accountable. And I agree with you. We should not be out there putting forth an image that we are above that, and that we're above the law. I agree. And whenever you see something like that, I encourage you to let us know, so that way we can address it.
And what's the right format for letting you know?
All of our command staff for the MPD, our contact information is on our website. You can reach out to any of us at any time. And I know we are all responsive. So if you don't know what district it is, reach out to me. I'll make sure if it's not mine, I'll get you in the right direction. So we will we hold our teams accountable. I know that, because we expect the best out of them, because that's what we want here. We want to make sure that when we're right, we know it. And when we mess up and screw up, we want to know about that too, because we don't want it to happen again. So I definitely would speak for us when we say we want to know about things like that.
We absolutely want to know, and we do. And I think that we are an agency, and we probably have this conversation literally all night. We're an agency that, if we do nothing else we hold our members accountable for their behavior. Every vantage point, when it comes to training, when it comes to hiring, when it comes to police response, when it comes to outreach, when it comes to supervising our members, I think we are an extremely accountable agency. And as Stu said earlier, we're light years ahead of other agencies, but are there things that we can work on? Are there ways that we can improve? Is there still more work to be done? We are the first to admit that. But in the same token, I will always ask you to remember, the pressure we put on our officers, that at the end of the day, they still are human beings as well. We've been working our members for 6 weeks now with the following up, the health pandemic and the consequence of that, to just the community at large, and of course the organization. But we rolled over into what was considered riots in the beginning and protests. And we are working our members, at some point, we were working them up to 24 hours a day. And they're still working these long hours. We just came through the 4th of July. And so you have an exhausted police force right now, but they still show up to work every day with the goal of trying to keep the community safe and making sure that we're being as approachable, as reachable, and responsive to what it is that you all are asking us to do. So I always only ask that you remember that we are human beings too. We're not robots. And sometimes we won't get it exactly right. But what I can tell you is that we will try to fix that and make it right. So I do ask, the captain said it for me a little bit earlier, please pay attention to the legislation that is currently before council that was passed on an emergency basis, because that does affect how we are able to do the job that you all are asking us to do. Now, are there things, are there subject matters that we're not experts on that we had to train our officers up on? Crisis intervention, homeless outreach liaisons. Those are things that we will gladly, we know belong in other agencies, but in an effort to provide the services that you all, our community was asking of us, we had to train those officers. So if it's something now that we want to put it in its appropriate place, we want to get at the root causes of what leads someone into crime, we support that wholeheartedly. We just want to have a seat at the table in the discussion. I think that for the last 20 years, we've been trying to reform our department. We've made significant progress, and we're a leader in this thing with uses of force. We just want to be at the table to be able to contribute to that conversation. And I think that you all should pay attention to what's going on, because it is going to affect what you expect from us and what you expect from our officers.
And Commissioner, if I could just add it, at the beginning, the gentleman asked about getting to the root cause of things, and I think that's a great point. One of the things that we have to look at is, while we're talking about police reform, we get that, we understand that, but there's also issues there with inequalities where we have to work on reforms in our schools, reforms in our housing, reforms in our job opportunities, reforms in pay equality. Unfortunately, talking about reforms in policing is probably we're the easiest target. But all these other reforms are going to lead us to hopefully what those root causes are of what these issues are that we're addressing. And I think you hit it right on the head. We want to get to those root causes.
And we want to be a partner in that.
Okay, thank you, Commander Kamen, Commander Emmerman, and the captain. I apologize to Bernard and to this 301 number. We have got to move on. So
can I have 12 seconds from you, Commissioner?
You have 12 seconds.
Okay, so I know we've had some turnover in Sector 2. We've lost the captain. We had Captain Kim, then we had Captain Loftus.
Our new
Captain Augustine is back.
Yay!
Because you're short on time and he's long-winded, we're not going to have him say a whole lot today, other than introduce himself real quick, but he is on board. He is a veteran of 3D and is happy to be back.
Well, we're happy to have you, Captain. I'll be reaching out to you, okay?
Fantastic. I'm glad to be here. I'm a very people person. I wish I could see you all in person and shake your hand, but I'm glad to be back, and let me know what you need and how I can help you.
We'll be talking to you. Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone, I apologize again to the 301 number and to Bernard, but we are going to move on. Okay, so next we have Congresswoman Norton. Second. So Ed and Marcus, I want you to keep everyone muted except for the Congresswoman and myself, okay?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yep, I sure can.
First, it's a pleasure to be with ANC 6E and to give a summary of what I've been doing in the Congress. First, you indicated that you wanted me to once again indicate if there was any new news, I suppose, because we had rather exhaustively looked at the impact of the New Jersey Avenue Safety Improvement Project. That's the project between H and N Street Northwest, and it involved historic trees that the neighborhood very much wanted to preserve, and we worked very hard in this historic area to preserve them. But we were ultimately, those trees are gone. There was a submission that the project did not include the specific street blocks that were involved, but an investigation was done and it found that yes, the specific block, N Street Northwest, New York Avenue to N Street Northwest, had been included, and that was a simple error. There was I asked for a pause in the plans until DDOT and could provide written confirmation. They did provide it. And actually, I concluded and told the community And I didn't think there was anything further to be done through an administrative process except to get a court order. But trees are down now. That's the latest I have, and that's not much more than you already knew. Do you want me to go on now?
Well, Congresswoman, you can say whatever you'd like. You know, the floor is yours. Or you may, you know, you can talk about it in terms of your work in Congress, or because we will touch upon the New Jersey Avenue Safety Project, but you have the floor at the moment.
I appreciate that. Now, first, let me go to the issue that's been before us for 219 years. We were able, for the first time ever, to get our DC statehood bill passed because my constituents, you whom I am speaking to, are number one per capita in federal taxes paid to the federal government. This is long overdue. I was able to get a bill passed when I first came to Congress in the early 90s, but I was able to get it to the floor. I was not able to get it successfully passed because though Democrats controlled Southern Democrats, many Southern Democrats voted against the bill, but this time we did get it. You pay more taxes, you in the District of Columbia, than people in 22 states. There are so many ways in which the district qualifies for a statehood if qualification is to be the issue. We're larger or about the same size as 6 states, larger than 2 states who have 2 senators and have 1 representative the way you do Wyoming and Vermont. The district has a almost $16 billion budget. That's larger than the budget of 14 states. You have a AAA bond rating. That's a better bond rating than 35 states. My cup runneth over with qualifications. Some of you may want to know where we are in the Senate. I'm optimistic in the Senate because as I speak now, Democrats have a very good chance of taking over the Senate. That would speed us along significantly. As to the presidency, and the president has indicated he's against DC statehood, but I don't believe he'll be around much longer. He has the lowest poll numbers that anyone has seen for a president in a very long time. That's where we are on DC statehood. That is the best news. Today, I have some news that is absolutely new. We got our DC spending bill passed. Until we get statehood, our bill has to pass through the Congress, even though it's your money. It shouldn't have to do that, but we got it through because Democrats are now in charge, won the last election. We got our top policy and funding priorities, including one that will be very important given what we've been seeing around the George Floyd matter. The president, it would keep the president from federalizing the DC Police Department. He did that. That's one of the reasons he was able to march to St. John's Church. The DC Police Department, the DC Police Department and the National Guard are the most practiced in guarding and taking care of disturbances and protests in the District of Columbia. So it makes no sense for it to be under the jurisdiction of the president. I got $40 million again for DC tuition access assistance. It's called DC TAG. I have to mention that because that has been a very important bill for the District of Columbia. I got it through when I was in the minority, but I convinced the Republicans that since we do not have the kind of a state university the way most states do, and yet we are a jurisdiction which virtually demands a college education, that we need our folks to have access to colleges around the country, and I've been able to get that money in our budget ever since. Very important for our economy, since those are the only kind of jobs here. The major issues, since we're in the majority, I was able to get done. I do want you to know that something I've been able to get even when I was in the minority, that we are exempted from government shutdowns. The district has had to shut down even when it had nothing to do with the shutdown. And every year, even when I was in the minority, I was able to get the shutdown dealt with. I do want to say a word about the Justice and Policing Act. I think while I was listening to your phone call, there was some discussion from the police about policing. We are the federal government, we are the Congress, don't have jurisdiction over what is a local matter, local police, but there was much in the Justice and Policing Act that again comes up around the George Floyd killing and the demand for reforms in policing around the country. Much in it that is of importance in our bill, not in the Senate bill, but for example, chokeholds could no longer be used. Deadly force could be used only as a last resort. There could be no more racial profiling, which has been a major issue and a particular issue of mine. The bill aims to change the, and while we're at it, and it is not a reflection on the police everywhere, but it is a reflection on policing in the United States. There's not a single jurisdiction that does not need some reform in policing. I want to go on to the HEROES Act, which we have just passed pending in the Senate. That's the 5th coronavirus bill. Important to note that the 3rd bill punished the district. We don't know who did it. It was done in the Senate. Most of these spending bills begin in the House, but they took $755 million from the district by treating the district as a territory. We are never treated as a territory. By the way, we're treated as a state for spending bills. I was able to get that money restored in the HEROES Act. I was also able to get something for the very first time. The HEROES Act funds states, cities, and counties at different levels. We are unique. We are a state, city, and county. So we had to figure out how to make sure we got all of that funding, and we did. So we will get state, city, and county funding because that is who we uniquely are. There is municipal liquidity facility, Federal Reserve funding to allow short-term borrowing by the states. I was able to get the district in that as well. Moving on to body cameras. We have body cameras ubiquitously throughout the United States, red and blue states, but federal police could not carry body cameras. Actually, I was able, by working very hard, I worked on this bill, and I was joined by Don Byer of Virginia, who worked very hard on it as well. We got a pilot program, but actually I've gotten the bill included in the HEROES Act for body cameras. There's no reason why federal police should not have body cameras. We have a young man, Bejan Gazar, who was shot and killed by the police. We only know it because Virginia had a body camera. That's how Don Byer got into this with me. Very important. And by the way, it's interesting, the police have not opposed body cameras because, and he said, or she said, they have found that body cameras help them as well as bringing transparency of the kind that residents deserve. Let me talk about one of the few bills to pass this year because of the pandemic, and that is a transportation bill. I was the chair of the subcommittee that wrote the bill. It's very important to DC. It has metro funding in it, authorizes 10-year funding again. It has it takes account of congestion and resilience. This is something we've not done before. It breaks new ground. In the first time paying attention to climate change, which runs throughout this transportation bill. Very important because transportation is a lead contributor to climate issues. We have electric vehicle money in this bill. We have a special section on racial profiling that comes from the George Floyd killing. It turns out that the district really needs this because in our in our area, metropolitan area, for DBEs, it was found that that African Americans and Hispanics are not hired for contracts regardless of qualifications. The bill authorizes money for Metro, I indicated in the beginning, and gives more independence to the Inspector General of Metro. And I'll conclude with the with the statutes that are coming down. The worst of them was brought down. It's the statute of Albert Pike. Albert Pike, I say worst of them because he was forced to resign from the Confederate Army in disgrace because Union troops under his command were mutilated, and then he misappropriated funds. That's why I say he was the worst. He was imprisoned by his own men. Actually, his statue was put up here in the District of Columbia at the request of the Freemasons who helped pay for it. But they joined me in asking for that statute to be taken down. It's been taken down. Trump wants these statutes preserved and put back up for whatever reason I do not know. The Andrew Jackson statue is prominently placed at Lafayette Park. It was a slave. Slaves were sold there. It's right in front of the White House. You see that there are demonstrations down there every day. Andrew Jackson was himself a slaveholder. He is known for the march of 4,000 Cherokee Indians. It's called the Trail of Tears, when he forced them off their land. He does not deserve to be prominently placed. And if I may make sure I am understood, I don't want these statues destroyed. I want them put in museums around the country and around the city so that we can learn from them. There's much that they can tell us. They can tell it to us best if we see these statues themselves to illustrate the issue. Now, there is finally one statute that has been more controversial. That's the so-called Emancipation Statute. It's right here in my neighborhood on Capitol Hill at Lincoln Park. It's a statue of a slave kneeling beneath Abraham Lincoln. This statue, I must say, as an African American, I find appalling. 100,000 African Americans served in the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln himself said that he would keep African Americans enslaved. All he wanted to do was to end the war. So Lincoln is not a hero himself, and to have a slave here in my own neighborhood, kneeling beneath him with the chains being broken apparently by Abraham Lincoln, is a statue I'd rather see in a museum. There are some people who do want to keep this statue up. It is a very old statue. It was erected in 1876. It's in very good condition. They've had to put a fence around it to make sure it's not torn down. It certainly should not be torn down, and they're much opposed tearing down statutes. This one was controversial in part because slaves themselves helped raise money for the statute. You can imagine if you were in the generation, this is 1876, where somebody said they're going to put a statue up that will somehow commemorate African Americans. They didn't have anything to do with the design of it. They weren't consulted. But you can see why they were very happy to have anything that commemorated their freedom. So even while respecting how it came to be built, what I'd like to do is to tell their story in a museum. Those are the major points I wanted to get across to you, and I would be pleased to hear your questions and any comments that you may have on what either I'm doing or should be doing in the Congress. Very much appreciate this invitation.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. And I'll be brief with my comments. And I appreciate all the work that you have done for the city, certainly throughout your years. And I speak on behalf of my constituents. Thank you very much. But I'll be very specific. We went to your office with our concerns with the New Jersey Avenue Safety Project. And from my perspective and from many of my constituents, we did not receive help. So I was surprised because that was the first time, and it might be the only time that I approached your office for assistance, and we were greatly disappointed. So that's all I want to say.
Well, wait a minute, you're talking about the trees that we couldn't keep from coming down?
Well, I'm talking about the project as a whole.
I don't remember that there were difficulties with the project as a whole we did not address.
This is a federally funded project. It's very, and I don't want to delve into the weeds, but we were kind of surprised about the response from your office. And I like you. I think you've done fantastic work, but my bullet point is we were disappointed in the response from your office. But I'll stop there. And I'm going to let, if any of the other commissioners, I'm going to call on the commissioners first. And then if the community have questions, okay? So let me unmute Alex Marriott, Alex Padro.
Yeah, I was just going to very quickly say, Congresswoman, congratulations on getting statehood through the House. That's a tremendous achievement, and I'm very grateful. And I hope your prediction at the way Congress is going, and hopefully the presidency, such that this is it'll keep going, and we'll recognize statehood sooner than later. So, Congresswoman Norton, thank you for all your service.
Thank you. And could I just say one thing about this project so everybody knows that the limits of what can be done? This project, New Jersey Avenue project, will be finished in February 2021. And your neighborhood, like any neighborhood facing a major project like that, will have disturbances from the project. Sort of shutting down the project and making sure I keep referring these issues about noise, and that was the major issue. It is very hard to stop a major project like that. I'd like to hear more responses and more questions, please.
Okay, Kevin, do you have anything for the Congresswoman? Commissioner
Yes,
Rogers?
Commissioner Rogers, I'd like to thank you for the progress you made over the years. I know that a project of yours for statehood, you've been fighting for many years. And now that it's come to a head and we're going to really get somewhere with it, it's all because of you, Congresswoman Norton. It's all because of you, what you started years ago, and hopefully we can finish it and get it done.
Thank you.
Okay, any more comments from the commissioners?
Yes, Congresswoman Norton, Alex Padro, I want to share my colleagues' gratitude for your yeoman-like efforts over so many years on the issue of statehood, which obviously so many people have lived and died waiting to accomplish. And I hope that we all can survive the current health crisis to be able to see the day when we are full citizens of the United States. So thank you for your continued effort there.
Appreciate those views.
I wanted to raise one issue that that has come up in the past related to the National Park Service's control of a sliver of land at Bundy Park on the 400 blocks of O and P streets northwest in our jurisdiction. There, it is still under the National Park Service's control, and on several occasions, this commission has been asked, and we have actually inquired through your office to see about getting it transferred to the district government so that it could be better programmed as part of the Bundy Field. So I'm asking you once again to resuscitate that exploration with the Park Service. I mean, they have no use for it. They don't do anything with it, but the Department of Parks and Recreation, certainly would be in a better position to maintain it, so that it is not a blight and that, it can be used productively.
I appreciate that question. Let me tell you what can be done. There have been communities that have asked for the Park Service to give the park or transfer the park to the District of Columbia, but there is a standing policy, not just affecting the District of Columbia, but nationwide, against transferring parkland to local jurisdictions. Now, what we have been able to do is to get partnerships between the Park Service and, in this case, one of the downtown bids. And by the way, the bid is fixing up a downtown park. I think it's a park at Farragut Square, by joining with the Park Service, which is not paying for it. Now, of course, what the neighborhood wants is, and the Park Service usually cuts the grass, but it doesn't do much more, and it's one of the most underfunded parts of the federal budget. But what we can do, if the community is interested, is to see whether or not we can partner the community. In this case, I think you said the Bundy part at near P Street. If that were desired and the chair were to be in touch with me, we would be in touch with the Park Service to see what we could do. So I appreciate that interest.
Well, thank you on that, and also thank you for your efforts related to the passage of the Great American Outdoors Act through the Congress. I've been told by the region at NPS that our beloved Carter Barron Amphitheater is the number two project on the list of projects to be funded through that particular mechanism, and that's obviously something that I know that you have been working with the Friends of Carter Barron with for a number of years. So thank you for your help on that as well.
Yes, we're seeing a total rehabilitation of Carter Barron, and we are on that list. Thank you for mentioning that.
Okay,
to get the money, on the list to get the money.
Okay, Congresswoman, I'm going to open up to the community, but first I want to ask Ms. Hibbs. Ms. Hibbs, is your question for the Congresswoman? I see you. Can you nod your head? It's for the Congresswoman? Okay, so I'm going to let Mr. Tracy go first, and then I'm going to let you go, Ms. Hibbs, okay? Is that all right, Ms. Hibbs? Can you nod your head? Right, okay, great. So, Ms. Congresswoman, I have Peter Tracy will be addressing you first. Mr. Tracy?
Yes. Thank you, Congresswoman, for coming to the meeting. It's very much appreciated. And I think we all appreciate your work going back to your days with Bayard Rustin and all you've done. And certainly is very much honored and appreciated. What I would like to more specifically address is some of the issues that arose out of the New Jersey Avenue project. And I know you've touched on those. I live in the 1300 block of New Jersey Avenue. And I want to frame this not so much in terms of, trying to relitigate the project, but I really think from our perspective, it's important to talk about expectations in terms of responsiveness to constituents and constituent service. because I think there are lessons that can be learned from this. The problem with the New Jersey Avenue project, writ large, is not something that you are responsible for, and we understood that. Where our neighborhood was concerned, north of New Jersey Avenue, was the specific issue of historic preservation. And the fact of the matter is, and this was stipulated by DC Department of Transportation and everybody, and DC's Historic Preservation Office, was that there had not been the proper certification by the DC State Historic Preservation Office for the New Jersey Avenue project north of New York Avenue to N Street. And their project was basically put through in the dark of the night, really, with the State Historic Preservation Office, who signed off on an incomplete map and never issued the proper permit for the project to proceed. When we, the residents of the block, realized that this had happened, we went to DC Superior Court, and frankly, well, I'm not going to cast aspersions, but it was a difficult process. The judge in the DC Superior Court denied our injunction, but we recognized that there was a federal piece to this. There's $10 million of federal funding at issue in the project. The Federal Department of Transportation has involvement and has oversight of that. And the historic district we're talking about is on the National Register of Historic Places. So we felt under the circumstances that rather than rush directly to federal court, because we're not in a position to spend tens of thousands of dollars on legal fees, that we could go to your office and get some relief, not to stop the project. That was never the intent. The intent was to get the stakeholders to the table to talk about ways in which the integrity, the historic integrity of the block could be preserved, including 2 trees. And yes, they are gone and they will never return, but 2 140-year-old trees that had graced that avenue since long before any of us are around. They are gone. That's over. But what we were told was that, okay, your office would talk to DDOT, would talk to the Department of Transportation, and try and help us resolve these issues. What happened was that there was a one-way conversation between your office and the federal and local authorities, and we were basically shut out of that until DDOT had enough time to come in and take out the trees without an injunction. And that was painful to us because we felt like we had been cut out of the process when all we were asking for were for the stakeholders to get around the table and see if we can work this out. And that was a great disappointment to us. Those trees will never come back. We get that. Our historic block has been environmentally damaged forever, and you're welcome to come up and take a look at it. But just as you were talking about your area, where that offensive statue is, we too are interested in our block and what happens there. And we felt that in that regard, we were extremely disrespected by your office. And I mean no personal degradation or personal insult, but we felt that your office very poorly treated our block. And we were told, well, it's a local issue. It was not solely a local issue. There were clearly federal issues involved. We were told, well, have you talked to your council person? Well, we're asking you, as our United States representative working on a federal issue, to help us. And then we were basically told, well, you should go to court. Well, really, is that what we're being asked to do? Is go and spend tens of thousands of dollars?
Mr. Tracy, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up, okay?
All right, we're asking you to help us. So that's where our issue is. And again, we respect your work. We appreciate what you've done, but this was a big disappointment to us.
Could I just indicate this? There was never a request, because I could easily get even I'm in the minority at that point, federal officials to sit down with people in the community. That I had no request for that. I work with them myself, but nobody said to me, let us sit down. And if I may say so, I would have been glad to have facilitated that, even though I was in the minority and they could perhaps have denied me. But I don't for a moment believe that hearing from the community, in addition to hearing from me, would have changed these people. They were going to take that block, the trees in that block, no matter what we did. And sometimes when the community, the congresswoman, and all put together don't have what it takes to stop in this case, trees that, in my judgment, could have been reserved and should have been preserved. I don't see why it would have made that much difference in the project that was underway. Apparently, they did, and they proceeded, and it was within their legal right, unfortunately, to do so.
Okay, Congresswoman, thank you. I'm going to add, we have Ms. Hibbs who has a question for you. Ms. Hibbs.
Hi there. My name is Jordan Hibbs. I'm using my sister's account, so that's why it says Bella. I am a DC resident in 6E04 on the northeast corner of New Jersey and New York Avenues. I had originally raised my hand to ask a question of Commander Enderman. I hope there is still an opportunity to do so. Congresswoman, thank you so much for your recent leadership and really all of your leadership here for the district. Very excited to see the movement in the House and wanted to be sure to thank you for your service. Me and my family went down on June 1st of 2020 to the north area of the White House and were gassed and shot at by the federal government and related partners. The federal overreach that we have seen is unacceptable. I don't want to see it in our communities. It is not bettering communities. And I believe that the actions that you are taking are critical. Again, I hope to be able to ask a question of Commander Enderman, but Congresswoman, thank you for your service and all that you are doing for us.
So, Ms. Hibbs, we'll put you in touch with
this constituent was at was caught. I take it when the police started a riot there. I do want you to know, and you can see it on my website. Fortunately, a member of the National Guard who was there contacted me and indicated that he would give me a firsthand account of what happened. He very much objected to how that was handled. So I appreciate exactly what you're talking about. We were peaceful demonstrators, and the president decided to make a walk, and that started pandemonium. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Ms. Hibbs, I'll put you in touch with the commander, okay?
Okay, thank you.
So next I'm gonna, this is a 202-543. I'm gonna unmute you, okay? This is for Congresswoman Norton.
Yes. Hi. Congressman Norton, I just want to thank you for all of your years of service. I'm a resident of the District of Columbia and have been all my life. And I have watched the programs in the city that I've even benefited from dwindle. We talk about the crime and everything that's going on. Is it any way possible that the federal government and the mayor of DC could talk about maybe reinstating some of the programs in DC? What do you call them? The programs that taught the guys and girls how to do construction, how to, fix a car, and all of our voc rehab programs, they're just gone. And we have mounds and mounds of youth. Doesn't matter what color, it doesn't, because they're all nationalities. DC is extremely diverse, and it's a good thing, because we can all learn from each other. But if these youth don't have anything to go to, you're going to have crowds of people not doing anything all the time. My son in particular, we went down to the employment office. He basically had to sign his life away to to get into a district program that currently he's not even in because nobody followed through, and he went out and found a job, praise God, on his own. So is there any way that the federal government and the mayor's office could talk about reinstating some kind of voc rehab programs? You got to give people something to work towards, because the caller a little bit ago talked about the root cause. Okay, the root cause. Give these people something to do. You know, yes, DC is high tech, big business, construction, all of that. Okay, well, we got roads that need to be fixed. Okay, teach these people how to do that and let them go to work. You know, I mean, it's just my comments, but it just seems, and I know politics is politics, but just, is there any way that the federal government on your level or higher can talk with the mayor? And, you know, because to me, that's the solution. Thank you very much.
I understand that's a very important issue, youth programs, and there is some federal money that goes to youth programs in the District of Columbia. That's where a lot of the crime starts. If they're not programs for youth, then of course they have nothing to do, and that feeds on itself into adultship, into adulthood. I have worked very hard on apprenticeship programs. These are very important ways to get high paying jobs that require a skill. There are too few of them, but they also have been very important for young people in the District of Columbia.
Yep.
So I appreciate that question.
All right, thank you to our constituents. So do you have time for just two more quick questions, Congresswoman?
Of course.
Okay, so I am now, is it Horn? I'm going to unmute you. This is for Congresswoman Norton.
Yes. Congresswoman, this isn't a question. I just wanted to thank you for your many years of service to the District of Columbia, for your advocacy for DC statehood. And I wanted to mention you have a phenomenal staff on Capitol Hill, and they're really incredible to work with.
Okay.
Boy, do I appreciate those words, and I will carry that back. I take great pride in the excellent people I've been able to attract to my congressional staff. So I do appreciate hearing that, and I will let them know in the next staff meeting what you said.
Okay, Congress, we have one more question for you, then we're going to move on. So it's CK.
Yes, hi. I wanted to, I'm a resident of Mount Vernon Triangle, and you know, one of the reasons my husband and I moved here is because we are right in the middle of everything. It's such a wonderful environment that's being created. What I will say, and it's especially has been noticeable during COVID working from home, is that between city law enforcement, federal law enforcement, ambulances, the amount of sirens and noise pollution that we are experiencing throughout the day almost consistently is something that I've never experienced in any other neighborhood I've lived in DC. And I was just wondering, in my research, I've been seeing that other prominent cities in the US have been moving to other types of sirens and notifications, finding ways that are more in tune with mental health, and quite frankly, more effective, because the sirens that we have today, half the time you don't even know where they're coming from. So obviously, I understand that's probably not a priority today, but I was curious if any of that has been talked about in the past, and what I can do as a constituent member of DC to work some of that through, and who to speak with.
Well, I appreciate your raising an issue that no one's ever raised with me before about sirens, or if there is an alternative to siren noise. I haven't noticed it in my neighborhood. You may live more in the middle of town, but I wonder why there would be sirens more now than before with so many people at home. I will certainly look into that. I had never heard that complaint before.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Congressman. We thank you for your time tonight and your answers to the questions. And we thank you for your continued good work on behalf of the whole city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Ward 6 myself, so I enjoyed meeting with you.
Okay, great.
Please invite me again.
We will. All right, great. Thank you, Congresswoman. Okay, we're going to move on here. So, and once we're going to talk about the New Jersey Avenue Safety Project. So, Mr. DeFrank, I saw you, Mr. DeFrank. All right, can you raise your hand? The proverbial raise your hand. Andrew DeFrank. Can you raise your hand with the video or press *9? Andrew DeFrank. Oh, there he is. Here, I'm sorry. Okay, Mr. DeFrank. So this is Andrew DeFrank. He's with DDOT. Unfortunately, we did not get the director. I tried. But this affects not only my area, but Commissioner Rogers' area. This is the Jersey Avenue Safety Project. So Mr. DeFrank if you could give us a brief update. And then also he will listen to the concerns, and then hopefully we'll get a more response back. I'll be able to give to my constituents after we get the answers. Okay, Mr. DeFrank, go ahead and give your update.
Thanks, Commissioner Nigro. Yeah, so I'm just here to basically provide a quick update on where the New Jersey Avenue Northwest Safety Project is at. Now that we're in the middle of July, the project is still scheduled to be wrapped up by the end of this year. So I know there's a couple things that people have sort of been asking about a lot, so I just want to get them out of the way quickly. Traffic will become two-way on New Jersey Avenue in the portions where it's currently one-way. Toward the end of 2020, we don't have a firm date yet on when it's going to happen. But basically, right now we're finishing up everything north of New York Avenue. Then we'll sort of move to the intersection, and then we'll sort of work on the intersection itself, and then south of the intersection on New Jersey when we finish up the portion north of New York. And that second part, that sort of south of New York part, should start next week, and we'll sort of be really wrapped up with major noise and construction and things like that north of New York Avenue this week, by the end of this week. So we're still looking at sort of a generic fall 2020 timeline for switching the traffic on New Jersey Avenue to 2A, but we plan on sort of doing it all at once to sort of avoid confusion with drivers and bicyclists who will be using those new lanes. So look out for that in the fall. But let me share my screen if possible.
You can't share your screen. So I have the hold on one second. I have the map. Is that what you want, Mr. DeFrank?
There's a little presentation here. Let me send it to you really quickly, Commissioner. And if you could put it up, I can go through it.
It's not on my computer. I don't have my government account on my computer.
Gotcha. So is there no way to share the screen?
Not that. I only have the map I can share. I can't share if it's too late. I'm sorry. I should have asked you.
No worries. I can just sort of talk through it. So let's see. Quick. I mean, if anyone's interested, a quick sort of project update on the the background of the project. Right. This is still coming out of a 2012 Mount Vernon Triangle Transportation and Public Realm Design Study. We sort of I'm sure that many of you have heard this all before, right? But the project limits are from 8th Street Northwest to N Street Northwest, and they include the reconstruction of New York Avenue from 1st Street to 4th Street Northwest. The goal of the project is to address safety concerns, improve access for other modes of transportation, including cyclists, pedestrians, and sort of making the neighborhood more connected and sort of improving mobility between different streets on what's obviously a really busy and traffic filled intersection and corridor. And obviously sort of the big change, right, is that New Jersey Avenue will become two-way instead of one-way northbound down to H Street. And the project started construction in May of 2019. Construction is going to wrap up by December of 2020 this year, and we're on track for that as we have been as far as I'm aware the whole time. So really quickly, we've complete the parts of the project that we've completed. We've completed the part of the project where we closed southbound traffic on 3rd Street and shifted that traffic to New Jersey Avenue. So now folks who are driving southbound on New Jersey and want to access New York Avenue use New Jersey rather than 3rd Street. We've completed the opening of a new intersection at the intersection of 2nd Street and I Street Northwest. There's little photos here. I'm sorry, I can't share them. I'll send to Commissioner Niger afterwards so that she can share with anyone who's interested in sort of seeing these diagrams of this.
Fine.
Sorry, what?
I can put it on my social media.
Oh, perfect. And we're going to start in mid-July, like I sort of said earlier, with kind of the last big third of the project, which is moving to New Jersey Avenue south of New York. So we'll sort of move the major construction to the part south of New York. But I'm reading here now the kind of what we're working on now and sort of are going to try to wrap up by the end of this week is milling, paving, and sort of getting, finishing up the reconstruction of New Jersey Avenue north of New York. So that's a lot of New Jersey, New York, north, south, but hopefully that kind of gives everyone a good update on where we're at and how we're going to sort of wrap things up by December.
Okay, so I'm just going to bullet point it for you, Mr. Frank, because I know you know my concerns. I certainly am not vocal about this project with DDOT, as you are well aware. So my constituents, I'm going to leave time for my constituents and for the commissioners, is that the project in itself, when done, will actually not be safe, and that's actually part of its name. My constituents said, please don't include safe in its name, and that it could potentially make things worse on New Jersey. But you've heard this all before, and I'm just going to say it again. But I'm going to let, if any of the other commissioners have something to say, especially Commissioner Rogers, because you are the southern half or the southern part of this project. Commissioner Rogers, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I have something to say. As far as safety is, the project is a disaster.
There's that part.
I would like to see at some of those corners, right, a flag man, because you got these cars coming all fast and not slowing down. And people coming from Walmart, there's in wheelchairs and, on walkers and stuff, crossing New Jersey Avenue, right? And they need to put some kind of flag man out there to like slow the traffic down or something.
Which intersection are you talking about? Are you talking specifically about the intersection at H or other ones too?
New Jersey and K.
Okay.
Yeah, it's real dangerous right there.
Yeah. Well,
I get out and travel that section every day.
Yeah. Well, we'll be talking about K Street. We'll be talking about K Street later tonight, I think. DDOT also has a project there to try to improve safety that's going to involve new bike lanes and sort of making that corridor safer. So I think the idea is that when both of these projects kind of come through, are finished, and drivers sort of adjust their behavior to understand that there's going to be more bicyclists, pedestrians are going to have sort of a safer time getting through there. Hopefully that intersection specifically will be better.
Okay, Mr. Reagan, I'll just make one more additional comment that during this whole process, you have got to have better signage. It's terribly confusing for the people who are heading south or turning right on New York. Please have better signage while all this is going on. And I know you send me the little updates, occasionally. I didn't get my update recently, but that said, we need to get updates way ahead of time that are significant for the community. Okay. Okay. So any Alex, the two Alexes, do you have anything to say? No, Alex Marriott? No. Okay. So now I'm going to open up to the community. I see Mr. Tracy. So anyone that has a question or comments for DDOT on the New Jersey Avenue project, Mr. Tracy, I'm going to meet you. Go ahead, Mr. Tracy.
Thank you. Andrew, thank you for stopping by. Question for you. The east side of New Jersey Avenue, north of New York, has basically been stripped of all trees at this point. So in the budget for this project, there's a budget for, as I understand it, 88 trees, okay? Who is the project person responsible for coordinating the placement of those trees when that happens? And when can we expect a community conversation about how that's going to go down?
That's a good question. I don't want to give you. I can follow up with a direct answer over email. But I would imagine that it would be a conversation between the project manager, Victor Silva, and our forester for Ward 6 Northwest, whose name is Matthew Latonin is the Northwest forester. So I'd imagine that the urban forestry team, and specifically our forester for this part of the city, would sort of, make those decisions with the project manager.
Okay, well, I can assure you that in terms of making decisions, we're going to want some community input too.
Yeah,
It's not going to be a one-way DDOT deal.
Where specifically on the east side, north of New York, I mean, the trees were removed for the parking. So where are you? Where I guess I can sort of.
The trees were stripped basically everywhere north of New York Avenue, basically up to Morgan Street.
Right.
And then there's additional vegetation and bushes that were stripped up to N Street.
Mm-hmm.
So basically now you have nothing. So basically, and you've got to, as I say, you've got a budget for 88 trees. I'm not going to take up a lot of time at this meeting. I know there's a lot to go on. But we want coordination with DDOT, and we're not going to sit back and have that mandated to us. And we'll work with Commissioner Nigro on that. So you can send that message back.
Sounds good.
And I'm always talking to him, right, Mr. Tracy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, which side of the street is the bike lane going to go on?
There are going to be bike lanes on both sides of the street on New Jersey Avenue, and heading both north and southbound.
That'll be a trick. So you're going to have 4 lanes. You're going to have 4 lanes of traffic and 2 bike lanes.
I don't have the exact. I don't believe that's the case, but I don't have the exact dimensions in front of me, so I don't want to say anything incorrect. So let me follow up with you afterwards.
The bike lane going south is my concern, because it doesn't look like it will fit at the moment, but we'll see how this works out. Okay, so we have another person. Thank you, Mr. Tracy. Okay, so I have a 301. This is for the New Jersey Avenue Safety Project. I'm going to unmute you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Marcella Nelson.
Hi, Ms. Nelson.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Hi. Hi, thank you. I did have a couple of questions. Well, first of all, I wanted to comment on the notice we got a couple of weeks ago when you all were switching the traffic, that it was going to go all the way down New Jersey and turn onto New York Avenue. We did not find out about that. We got an email, I think it was like 3:30 in the afternoon on Friday, and you were going to switch effective Monday. And so we had no notice on that, that was going to happen. There was no signage up at that time. And so I was concerned. I did contact Commissioner Nigro, and I also sent a email back to Stacy, I think Stacy Hemby, which I received no response on. And previously I had sent her emails on, the update she sent, and she immediately responded back. But this particular time, I still have not received any response to my email. So we did get more notice on this the last one. So I do appreciate that, and I hope that continues. A couple of issues I wanted to bring up, and I wondered, could you look at that? One is the bike lane. So it would be good if you come over and look, because it looks like they've expanded the sidewalks out, and because the traffic comes when it's coming up like north, the lanes swerve around. So I don't know if that's going to change, but there is no space for a bike because the lanes are already smaller now. So I think you need to come and look at that to see if you're going to have space for a bike lane, because it definitely would not be safe for bikes. Yeah, also, then, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you finish. You finish.
The other issue is I noticed when I was coming up New Jersey is when the traffic stops now to turn on M Street, it backs all the traffic up right on New York Avenue. The traffic that's trying to come up New Jersey, it gets stuck, and then the light changes. So you're going to end up with people stuck in the middle of the street because somebody wants to turn right there at M Street. So I don't know if you can look at that and rework that or what you can do about that, because we didn't seem to have that problem before, but now it seems to be a problem. So maybe you guys can look at that. And
sorry, cars,
the other area
direction on this is northbound on New Jersey. Cars looking to turn left on M.
So, Mr. DeFrank,
yeah,
this is the issue that I had addressed with, we have the two large buildings, Yale Steam Laundry and Yale West and the hotel, and that is how, instead of doing a huge loop, this is how they get to their garage, and this is what I pointed out to the director. You might not be from, because why there's this backup now, we didn't have to wait for, we didn't have oncoming traffic, and now there is.
Right.
I know Director Meridian is quite familiar with this issue due to these two large buildings now and the hotel. So.
And also anybody who lives on that street is going to turn there also. So, you know, there's houses down, is at M Street, down on M Street. So the other thing is because now the traffic is going all the way down and sitting and waiting to turn onto New York Avenue instead of going off to 3rd, then we have traffic sitting longer on New Jersey. People are playing their music really loud, and someone earlier was talking about all the noise with the sirens and things like that. Well, now in addition to that, we're sitting longer, listening to people with their windows open because it's summer, all the music blasting. So it is a noise disaster here, and part of that is because now they have to go, they're sitting longer, waiting to take that turn onto New York Avenue. So I'm wondering if you guys can address that in some way also. But basically, the last thing is down by the library, Northwest 1. I did notice that when I was coming up New Jersey Avenue before I crossed New York Avenue, is if traffic is going down, how are people going to be able to turn into the apartment complex, the senior complex on the, and the church, Bible Way Church, I believe it is, on the left side of the street. So that was another issue. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, just really quickly going through, we've been trying to do we've been trying to give as much notice as possible on any sort of unplanned traffic changes, which sometimes, you know, sometimes we have the team out there has to make a decision with less than less than what we'd like amount of time before that happens.
Mr. Frank, let me stop you, because what she is talking about was that Friday night news dump, which was unacceptable. And then when we talked to the people on the street, they knew about those changes for 2 weeks. That is unacceptable that the constituents did not know until the Friday night news dump. That will never happen again. Right? Mr. Frank?
Right. Well, yeah, I you know, I know that the team wants the residents to be as aware as possible of any changes. So I'm not sure what was going on with sort of folks on the project on the ground versus what we were sending out. But you know, our goal is to basically send out information with as much notice as possible about changes that are going to impact what people are getting around. As for the bike lanes, like I know that they will fit. You know, these are standard bike lanes that aren't protected by any buffers or things like that. So I believe they're probably the standard 5-foot width, which you know, looking at the plans, you can see that they fit within what we call the cross section from curb to curb, along with the travel lanes. And then the last notice about two-way traffic and folks trying to turn into the apartment building and the church south of New York. It's going to be basically the same way that folks make those kind of turns on any other two-way street in the city. Where basically they're going to have to wait for a gap in the traffic to make that turn safely.
Okay, so I'm going to take one more question for this person who's been waiting patience for the New Jersey Avenue Safety Project, then we're moving on. Hi.
Hi. I just got a question. You're from DDOT, and you spoke about the bike lanes and everything. I just want to know, with all the construction going on and the insertion of bike lanes, which right now I personally feel like we have too many. I'm not opposed to exercise, not at all. But when is anybody going to pay attention to our roads, period? DC really is under construction a little bit of everywhere, not just New Jersey Avenue and New York Avenue. But when is somebody going to pay attention to what's happening with our roads, with all the heavy machinery and trucks and everything? Our streets are being tore up. And then to keep on adding bike lanes, I will suggest this, a committee on biker safety, because I do drive a car. I've had an accident because of a biker. I hit a biker at no fault of my own, but bikers have a tendency to be discourteous to people that are in cars. So when you place these bike lanes, just kind of keep these things in mind. We're not going to be able to please everybody. That's a known fact. But you're looking at emergency vehicles and roadside services and things, and I'm sorry, but all of these, I love the fact that DC has now got turning lanes. I do, even though a lot of people don't realize what they are and how to use them. But I think that part was really great. But, construction is construction, and times must change. Okay, fine. But let's not forget about the little things that help the big things to go on, okay? Just give it some thought, and that's the end of my comment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, we're always basically dealing with the fact that there's a lot of different utility companies in the district that are tearing up roads, and then whether it be for development or for new gas lines or water lines or anything like that. But we have a public space inspections division that basically makes sure that any contractor or utility company that's going into a roadway has to restore it to the previous condition fully. And then separate from that, we have our own paving plan where we sort of set out to pave hundreds of miles of roadway in the district every year. We have 138 more planned miles of roadway to pave this year, and we've already paved 47 miles so far this year of roadway, sort of separate from any contracting or utility stuff, just sort of looking at the roads that are in the worst sort of existing condition and then repaving those entirely.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Frank. Now we're going to move on. I see Ms. Hibbs. We're going to move on to the next topic, okay? We have much access to DDOT via me, all right? Just talk to them all the time. So we're going to move on to another DDOT. Very quickly, Mr. DeFrank, what is the slow streets? Because this affects N Street and S Street, and we have to give you a response in 3 days, correct? Oh, whoops. Sorry, there you go.
Sorry, I muted myself and then I couldn't unmute myself. So basically, Slow Streets is a program that was announced a couple of weeks ago in response to the pandemic, where basically we've identified a number of corridors, streets, several blocks worth of specific streets to consider for what we're calling local traffic only, which basically means that every couple of blocks along a corridor. So for example, N Street Northwest is one that we're looking at in 6E. There'll be sort of what looks like a roadwork barrier, like a temporary construction barrier, that will sort of be lightweight, and it'll kind of cover the driver's side of the entrance to a street on a block, and it'll say local traffic only, and there'll be a sign that says 15 miles an hour. And the idea is that will discourage through traffic from using these corridors, and basically encourage people walking, biking, on scooters, and sort of non-driving modes of getting around to use the middle of the street to social distance when trying to exercise or go for walks, get from place to place, spend time with their neighbors outside, physically distant. So the idea is, if you're a driver, you probably won't want to have to drive around these little barricades at 2 miles an hour, unless you're going to park at your house, or park at a house or a building on those corridors. And so they're basically like a way of kind of making it inconvenient for drivers who use those streets as through traffic to do so, and sort of redesignate them as basically local streets, in like the maximal sense of the word, where basically the only people who should be driving on that street are people who are going to park there. And we've identified one street in each ward for the program, and they're being installed right now. The one in Ward 6 that we've chosen is 12th Street Northeast, which is in ANC 6C. And then we sent out a list of additional possible streets to commissioners and ANC chairs last week, including a couple in 6E. And I don't have the list in front of me right now. Commissioner Nigro, 3rd Street Northwest, and what was the other one?
S and N. So it affects
S and N, that's what I meant.
my area, Commissioner Padros, Commissioner Browns, and Commissioner Wiggins. Commissioner Wiggins and Commissioner Brown aren't here, but clearly Alex and I can tell you about it. So I don't think it's going to be a big deal. I don't think necessarily people are going to care too much. The small amount of feedback I have gotten, they're okay with it. I need to ask some more people. But that's it. I'm not sure if people are going to pay attention to it at the same time. I expressed that to you. And I also need to talk with Commissioner Wiggins, because his part of N goes into my part of N. Go ahead, Alex, if you want to say something.
So I did reach out to the French Street Neighborhoods Association, a civic association that represents part of the proposed slow streets, and I've asked them to prepare any comments directly. Their meeting was canceled yesterday because of the thunderstorm. It was scheduled to be an outdoor meeting. I haven't heard any direct complaints. I've heard some people saying that they would appreciate being able to slow down the traffic on the 900 and 1000 blocks of S Street, because it has been going too fast. There's also the added benefit that if the slow street is maintained, the Howard University shuttle bus will have to take a different route, and those buses usually go much too fast and have been ripping off people's side view mirrors, excuse me. So the only comments I had so far have been supportive. I have not heard from anyone on the 700 or 800 blocks to date, but obviously folks will be able to still get through if they need to get through. If they're just trying to get from point A to point B, they won't be precluded from doing that. They'll just have to go a little slower, or hopefully will slow down. So at this point, I don't have any objections to raise related to the proposed slow street on S Street in my jurisdiction.
So, Mr. Frank, I did talk specifically, reached out specifically to the fire department, which is on N Street, and they said they're not worried about it because they're just going to go around a different way anyway. So they were fine with it. And as I said, just like Alex, I haven't heard anything bad, but I'll do a little more reaching out. You need our response by the 10th. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right. Okay. And just really quickly, I have the exact boundaries. I think we're looking at N Street from 1st Street Northwest all the way over to Scott Circle at 16th Street, and then we're right before it actually at Corregidor Street Northwest, and then S Street is all the way from from New Jersey over to way out, toward Massachusetts Avenue in Ward 2. That's Ward 2, right? Or Ward, yeah. So those are the routes through 6E.
Okay, great. Let me see if anyone from the community has any questions or concerns.
I should say, sorry, the proposed routes through 6E. We haven't decided yet.
Okay, so raise your proverbial hand if you're on video, or press *9, okay? So let me, there you go. Can you, there you go.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, I'm Michael Eichler again. I'm in 6001 and right off of 8th Street Northwest. I applaud the program. I think it's really great that we can finally get some more space for our residents to exercise, to walk to or from grocery stores without having to step into the street, or maybe intentionally stepping into the street where it's safer now due to the reduction of through traffic and the slow speeds. I would encourage you to your leadership, and also encourage the ANC to think maybe more broadly about how we could create a network of slow streets, not just isolated individual ribbons, but actually connecting them into a grid where people can actually go from point A to point B anywhere within the city on a slow street, maybe on a bicycle with a family, with kids on bikes, actually creating a livable place that's capable of being navigated, not just through these narrow strips again, but through a grid for the 6E corridor or ANC. I think that connecting N and S with additional slow streets on 8th and also 5th would be really good opportunities to do our part to create a grid or network that would allow people to actually move from place to place throughout the neighborhood. And I'll just take any comments offline.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. And let me go to my next, this is a 301 number. Go ahead, you have a question? Where'd they go? I think they left us, okay. This is now Nico or Nico. I'm gonna unmute you, or you're unmuted.
Yeah, hi, this is actually Elliot Mogul. I'm using my son's iPad.
Okay.
I live on 6th Street, just south of S, and I just want to say thank you so much. This is a great program, and totally support turning S Street into a slow street. So that's it. Just want to throw out there the total support, and I think everyone on my block and the surrounding area would be really supportive as well.
We're really excited about it. It's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out. So we're happy to hear that.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeFrank. We appreciate your time, and we'll be talking to you soon.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, take care. Okay, so next we're going to move on to Pearl's Bagels. This is our first Abra case of the evening. So I saw them. Where did, there he is. There's Oliver. Oliver, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yep. Is Allie with you, or just you?
She's here.
Okay. Hi, Allie. So this is Pearl's Bagels. They are in my area, and they are the new bagel shop that's opening up. We're very excited. We've been waiting for a while, and we look forward to having you in ANC 6004. But you are coming to us tonight to request a liquor license. Why don't you give just a brief description, and then I'll have Alex Padro.
Sure. So we are we're hoping to open actually by this weekend for online ordering for takeout. That is the big news that we have tonight. So we're working hard to do that. But we are here because we're trying to get a liquor license. We are we're trying to do some pizza nights, some pop-up dinners, some things like that, and we'd like to be able to sell beer and wine at those types of events. As well as potentially sell some bottles of champagne, some mimosa type things with bagels for people who in the future will eat in our establishment once COVID has, we've got a better handle on all that. Our hours, I think we had, are from 8 to 10, but that's for the liquor license. We're primarily going to be breakfast and lunch. So we'll be open from 7 to 2-ish. Things are a little flexible as we figure out what demand looks like. But yeah, so that's us. We're Pearls Bagels, and we're coming soon.
Okay, great. Alex, you want to go ahead?
Yes, so the applicants did appear before the ABC licensing committee. This establishment does not have any of the externalities that sometimes cause issues with neighbors. There is no outdoor seating. There is no entertainment endorsement. This is not a nightclub. There are no late night hours, and there are no immediately adjacent residents. So unless there are any issues that Commissioner Nigro has, the committee recommended the commission approve the license, and that no settlement agreement was required. If Commissioner Nigro wants to impose a settlement agreement to address the normal cleanliness and maintenance issues, then certainly that can be done. But there were no issues that the committee felt were compelling enough that were needed in order to constrain the license.
Okay, so we can certainly consider that. Do any of the other commissioners have any concerns? Alex, Marriott, Kevin? No? Okay. So I'm going to open up to the community. Do any community member have, this is about Pearls Bagels and getting their, supporting their ABRA application. I see one little hand raised. I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead.
Hi, just a quick comment. I do welcome the bagel shop. I love bagels, a good bagel anyway, myself. But I'm not understanding a liquor license in a bagel shop, and you're doing primarily breakfast and lunch?
So I'm going to have the Allie and Oliver address that.
Yeah, so we're primarily going to be doing breakfast sandwiches and lunch, but we would like to be able to help subsidize our high rent in our neighborhood, and we would like to do pop-up dinners and be able to sell wine and beer at things like pizza nights and other kinds of dinners. So it's really just, it's something that we would like to have to be able to sell some stuff to have more sales.
And that's totally understandable, but don't you think in the District of Columbia we have enough wine and liquor stores as it is? And then all of the restaurants are selling alcoholic beverages. Have you all, I mean, why can't it just be a PG-13 bagel shop, for lack of better words? I mean, because first of all, it's another food eatery in DC. We have a rat situation going on in DC again. And then to add liquor to the situation, not so much. And I just want, the approval board to think about that, give it some consideration. Because I mean, DC is a haven for liquor stores and booze at any establishment that you go in already. Why do we need more alcohol in the city? Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comment. All right, so I'm going to, if we have no other comments from the community, I'm going to go ahead and motion that ANC 6E supports Pearls Bagels Class D restaurant license, and we communicate that with ABRA.
Seconded.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Alex Potter second. Let me unmute Alex Marriott. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Kevin?
Aye.
Okay, great. All right, thank you, Allie and Oliver.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so next we have electric Kool-Aid. I'm looking for Angela. Angela, are you on the line? Can you raise your proverbial hand? Or press *9. Angela Dobrako from Electric Kool-Aid. There you go. Okay, so this is in Commissioner Brown's area, and he is not with us tonight, so I'm going to have Alex Pradro take the lead.
Sure. So Electric Kool-Aid is a new beer garden located at 512 Rhode Island Avenue that has not yet opened. they have a Class C tavern license. There was an error on the original placard that indicated that they had an entertainment endorsement, which they do not, but they do operate primarily as a summer garden, so they do have a summer garden endorsement. So I would first invite the applicants to make any statements related about their impending opening, and then I'll report out on the ABC Licensing Committee's recommendations.
Go ahead, Angela.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Commissioners Nigro and Padro. Yes, we are getting very, very close to opening. I know we've talked to some of the folks on this call, and we're excited as both residents and now business owners in ANC 6E to open our doors soon. We're very excited to have an outdoor space for people to safely start to come back together and celebrate the summer here. So we're hoping to open by the end of the month. We're still working with DCRA and the Department of Health to get all of our final ducks in a row. And yeah, so we're just hoping to, you know, we were issued the liquor license, and we're here already for renewal, even though we haven't opened, and we're looking forward to reaching that point.
Okay, great. Any comments from the commissioners?
Just to report, the ABC Licensing Committee did recommend that the commission support the renewal of this license with the amended information on the current placards. And nothing further required as the license was issued with restrictions that were imposed by the ABC board.
Okay, great. Any other comments, Alex, Marriott, or Kevin? No?
No.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm gonna open up to community. This is for Electric Kool-Aid, which sits on the corner of Rhode Island Avenue and 6th Street. They have yet to open up, but they'll be opening soon. So raise your proverbial hand with the function, or press *9 if you're on the phone to make a community comment about this. We are, so it's about supporting their ABRA application or the renewal. Any comments? Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, no comments. Okay, thank you very much, Angela. And we'll go ahead if you want to make the motion, Alex.
I'll go ahead and move that ANC 6E support the renewal of the Class C tavern license for Electric Kool-Aid at 512 Rhode Island Avenue Northwest, and that we communicate that support to the ABC board and ABRA.
Okay, do you have a second? Go, Alex Marriott seconds it. He thumbed up. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay, great. Thank you, Angela. We'll be in touch.
Thank you all very much, and we look forward to seeing you in our doors soon.
Yep, thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, so next we have this, and next one is Alex Marriott. We have about the settlement agreement for the cloakroom.
Yep, this is a license, well, an endorsement to their license to allow sports wagering. We discussed this last meeting and voted to protest while we worked out the details of an amendment to their current settlement agreement. We agreed to the same terms that we required for Playoff Pizza, namely that they would install a number of security cameras and have staff during gambling hours, and to make clear that that the DC lottery regulations governing sports wagering endorsements would govern. This is not at issue at all. The cloakroom well surpasses those requirements. Rather than having just 2 or 3 cameras, they have 90 cameras. They regularly have between 4 and 15 security staff. So this isn't any issue, and I fully recommend that the ANC support this amendment to their current settlement agreement and support the sports wagering endorsement to their ABRA license.
Alex, is anyone on is anyone on the call from the cloakroom? Were you expecting anyone, Alex?
Oh yeah, Tony's on here. Yep, he's waving.
Can you? Oh, there's. Oh, I'm sorry, Tony. Let me unmute you. Do you have anything to say, Tony?
No, I think Alex said it all pretty much.
Okay, great. Alex Padro.
The committee did not receive the settlement agreement in time to be able to make a recommendation to the commission.
Okay, any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, I'm going to open up to the community. Any questions? This is about the settlement agreement for the cloakroom, which is on the corner of K and 5th Street. Please do the proverbial hand raise or press *9. Any questions? Oh, there's Bernard. Hold on 1 second. Let me get you Bernard. Okay, go ahead, Bernard.
Hey everybody. Yeah, I'm just hearing about this, so I hate to sound so uneducated about the subject, but so they're going to be putting gambling in the cloakroom is what we're saying, like.
So Bernard, we've talked about this for a couple months, and I don't mean to cut you off.
No, go fast, no problem.
So it's I don't want to say it's complicated, but it's a lot to explain.
Okay.
So I would ask you to reach out to Commissioner Marriott.
Okay.
And he can have a long conversation with you about it, because there's several places in our community that have requested the gambling.
Oh man. Okay. Well, just as a member of the community, I definitely would be against that, but obviously I know I'm late to the table. But
Okay.
gambling doesn't bring anything good.
We would love to talk with you. As I said, and give me a call. You have my number. Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause there's more than one in the community. All right.
Okay. Wasn't aware. Okay. Thank you.
We'll talk to you.
All right.
Okay, Alex, you want to go ahead and make the motion?
Sure. I move the ANC 60 support the sports wagering endorsement for the cloakrooms ABRA license with the condition that we amend their current settlement agreement with the security with the security requirements that include security cameras that will store footage up to 30 days. To have security on Friday nights and Saturday nights from 8 o'clock till close. That if there are cash payments that exceed $300, they will have security staff. It's a quick summary of the terms. They have been provided to Karen Yela, and they're the exact same ones we approved for Playoff Pizza 2 months ago.
That's your motion?
Yep.
Okay. All right, and can I have a second? Alex?
I did not review it, but I will go ahead and second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have back to Meyer. We have it's HPRB issue is 441 M Street, and I'm looking for Miss Fox. I'm going to unmute you. Okay, and then who else is with Miss Fox? If you want to raise their hand, oh, there you are. Hi.
Hi, Young Mize is also on, and so is John and Sunny, I believe.
Yep, so Young Mai, I don't know if John or Sunny could raise their proverbial hand because I see him in the lineup. Press *9 or do the little hand raise feature because I cannot see you. Okay, so let's begin. So I'm also going to show, Young Mai, I'm going to show the, just the graphic on the screen, okay, if you want to just talk about it. And then what will happen is we'll take comments from the commissioners and from the committee, and then open up to the community, okay? So hold on 1 second here. Let's see. Okay, 1 second. Bear with me, hold on. Back to this. Okay, there we go. Go ahead.
Hello everyone, my name is May and I'm an architect for the 441 Elm Street project. This, most of you guys already know, it's a historical building built around 1892, I believe. And it's a single house and there's 3-story along Elm Street, and on the back side, there's in the middle, there are 2 stories. And at the back side, you can go to the second view maybe. Okay, yeah, so here on the front, it has 3-story, in the middle, existing is 2-story. And there's a 1-story addition on the back side, which is damaged already. So we as architect accept Mrs. Fox offer to design this house and helping her to improve this home renovation. So from the picture, you can see the existing front facade and alley. And the next page is the backyard, current backyard, and on the right side is the T alley on the back side. Next page. So this is the rendering. We basically we can talk about the scope of the work, but this rendering most talk about how we going to do renovation on the front facade. We are the scope of work on the front facade will be just simply replace the existing windows, and also repaint and replace the sandstone stair, which is damaged. But most of the scope work just make the front facade look better and just replace the windows. And this page is most about so basically on front side of the story, on the Elm Street side, we are going to we propose a roof deck, but we are going to reset from both front and the side yard, so it's not going to be visible from. We believe it's not going to be visible from street. This is the elevation with the nearby existing buildings. And this image you can see it will be very clear for the scope work. So on the right side, since this existing building had a fire before the owner bought the house, the back addition exterior facade and is damaged. Also, the existing structure is poorly damaged. So the structure engineer did some site visit. So we need to replace the floor joists. So Mrs. Negro, can you go back one page? So the new proposed project we are proposing for the HPRB review is we work with the owner to propose addition on 1-story addition on the 2-story existing building in the middle, and we are going to build 3-story on the back side, which is a 2-story addition because there was existing addition at the back side. So the existing building, the square footage is about 4,800 existing square foot, and we are going to add about 1,700 square foot for the new addition. And also from this view, it's not very clear, but we are going to add. We are proposing a stair tower on the back side, so just for the roof deck access.
Okay, so that's.
So
I'm going to move around really quickly here. So we have there's another back. Here's the back, right?
Yeah, the material proposed material for backside.
Okay.
Here's the addition. Yeah.
Yep. And this is about windows, so we don't need.
Yeah, when historical windows we are going to propose. That's a floor plan.
More of the first floor.
Yeah.
Second floor, third floor. Okay. Okay, and this section. Is the split.
The section, yeah.
Yep, split section.
Second section. diagram for the protection for the existing walls, the structure rooms.
I think we saw the main points, right? There's this.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So let me, hold on 1 second. Okay. So as you know, you've heard from several of my constituents, their concerns. So I'm going to have Tony. Where are you, Tony? Let me unmute you. Yep. There you go, Tony.
Hello. Ms. Fox and Young May, they basically met with us and gave us their overview. And then we heard from some of the neighbors in the community regarding the development. We had sort of a mixed pot of comments crossing over some opinions about the size and some of the features of the building. But we kept it separated, focusing mainly on the historic preservation part. Due to the fact that they are basically going to reconstruct or redevelop this property back to its original composition of bricks and the sandstone and the windows, we basically have come to concluded that HPRB in their review has covered basically all the concerns, and we basically had the same concerns, and we basically would like to just go along with the HPRB review and rely on them to come up with a collaboration between those concerned and the homeowner to come up with the right fit for the neighborhood. And one ongoing point was they basically thought that the massing of the building was too large, and that's not a HPRB issue. So that will come up somewhere down the line, but overall the design concept and everything, the materials that are going to be used, the windows, they had another issue concerning the front door, and I think they're going to comply with that. In the adjoining building at 439, they have a true model of what it used to be, and it had only one side window and the front door. They had proposed two side windows, and I think we've come to a compromise where they're going to basically align themselves with the one side window. But overall, we basically agree with HPRB, and we would hope that the commission would support this project, leaning on HPRB to make the final recommendations.
Okay, any other comments from the commissioners? Alex, Padro?
Yes, so this is a rare instance where we have the benefit of the Historic Preservation Office staff having produced the staff report before the commission has met. And they have gone through in exhausting detail, excuse me, a number of concerns related to the proposal that need to be refined. Ultimately, the final conclusion and the recommendation to the Historic Preservation Review Board is that the applicant worked with the staff to refine the project and then resubmit it so that it would be more in character with the surviving historic fabric on this very unique block in the historic district, and that to the greatest extent possible, the historic materials that remain intact be incorporated into the renovation and expansion project.
All right, I'm going to open it up to the community now. So raise your virtual hand or up. I see Miss Martin. Go ahead, Miss Martin. Miss Martin, you have to mute yourself. There you go.
Okay now?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, okay. My name is Clarine Martin. I'm at 439 M Street Northwest, which is right next door to 441, and we share a party wall. I am at this time opposed to this project as it is presented. I have hired who I think the foremost authority on the historic designation of Mount Vernon Square Historic District, Ms. Ike, who I will allow to speak and make a presentation on my behalf. And
That's Sarah.
I got the impression though that the committee was basically not going to necessarily support this project, but was merely going to defer to the decision of the staff report of
Right.
of the
HPRB.
right. I didn't get the impression you all were going to support this project. I think it's a big mistake if you support the project, because the staff report stated clearly that it should be sent back to the to Ms. Fox for corrections, and then brought forward again to Historic Preservation Review. But Ms. Ike has some very important, a very important and informative presentation that she's put together for me. And let me just have her do that.
That's Sarah, Ms. Martin. Who's Sarah? Is that Sarah?
Oh, it might be Sarah or it might be Ike.
Or Emily.
Okay, one second.
Is Sarah?
Sarah?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. Hi, Sarah Vonish, Preservation Specialist with EHT Traceries. I'm hoping I can show some slides that I sent you earlier. Is that possible?
You can't show any slides. I'm just gonna have you comment, okay? And then I'm gonna make a motion and make myself clear. So go ahead.
Time out, hold on, hold on, Ms. Nigro. You can't show what she gave you?
She didn't send me
I think it's very, very, and given the fact that you showed what Jessica showed you, I would think that what I have would be just as important and just as impressive.
Ms. Martin, and I respect what you're saying, but I'm going to have Sarah, if you could just talk about what you're representing for Ms. Martin, and then we're going to move forward. Okay, so go ahead.
So you're not going to be able to, she's not going to be able to show you anything?
She did not send it. She asked me and I responded back that I was going to just present the presentation, the original presentation. I responded back to an email this afternoon.
Sure, it was attached to that email.
So
perhaps if I could speak to slide A08 on there, okay. So EHT Traceries was asked to review the concept plans to evaluate them for compatibility with this contributing building and with the historic district. As was mentioned, this is a historic contributing building. It was constructed in 1891. It was designed by architect Nicholas Haller and is part of a significant row of buildings on the 400 block of M Street, which is unique for its intact collection of distinctive mid to late 19th century individually attached and row houses. And they all consist of the representative row house form consisting of a main block, secondary rear wing, rear yard, and carriage house accessory building. 441 and 439 M Street retain many of these historic elements and features, including the main block, the rear subordinate wing, which is the two-story wing, and in 439's case, the carriage house. 441 had originally a carriage house that was demolished at some point after 1965. So overall, we agree with the Historic Preservation Office staff report, which states the size and complexity of the proposed addition is completely out of scale with its neighbors and would have an incompatible effect on the historic district. We additionally find that the proposed concept materials have a number of inconsistencies and errors that we would like more clarification on. We feel there is far too much demolition, and the amount of demolition is inconsistent with the District of Columbia Historic Preservation Law. And we believe that the proposal fails to properly restore the historic features based on the lack of information, including the original double hung wood windows that feature egg and dart and dental moldings, and the sandstone that's shown as being replaced has a white and greenish tint, and instead the replacement sandstone is shown a more red hue sandstone. So for that reason, we completely agree with the staff report that this project needs to go back, come up with a more acceptable proposal before going to the HPRB.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think we just need some, thank you very much, Sarah. So I think we just
So,
need some,
so Rochelle, to clarify, because there's some confusion about what the recommendation from the committee was, I'm reading from the committee report that the motion was that we recommend that ANC 6C adopt the HPRB staff report and recommend that the HPRB staff work to redefine the project so that it is in better keeping with the historic district and in achieving as many of the goals of the owner in terms of the usability of the building. So just to clarify what the motion had been.
Yeah, and so that's, I just want to make that clear, Ms. Martin. We weren't supporting it just was Alex said. We're agreeing with the HPRB staff report.
That's like I said.
Right, Tony? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. So any other community, raise your hand, your virtual hand, or press *9. Anyone else from M Street, Ridge? No.
Rochelle, let me just make one other comment. John Shaw basically emphasized that they pay close attention to the massing of the building, so it would be in line with what's there from the historic perspective.
Okay. Ms. Fox, you have something to say?
Yes, and it's funny because I was going to address the same thing that Tony just brought up, because John had said something like it looked like we were doubling the size of the building, but we aren't. If we were doubling, it would be 100% increase, and it's about a 35% increase. So we are not doubling the size of the building by any rate, in any way.
Okay, all right, great. So Alex, why don't you go, since you have the verbiage in front of you, why don't you go ahead and make the motion if you would?
Sure. I'll move that Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C adopt the HPO staff report and recommend that the HPO staff work with the applicant to redefine the project, excuse me, to refine the project so that it is in better keeping with the historic district and also achieve as many of the goals of the owner in terms of the usability of the building, but also noting that the apparent massing of the building should also be in character with the historic district. And we communicate this to the Historic Preservation Review Board.
Okay, I have a second. Alex or Kevin?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay, there, Kevin can.
Garrett seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Right, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Ms. Martin. Thank you, Ms. Fox.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have Bernard is back, 509. Okay, hi, Bernard.
Yeah, how's it going?
Okay, hold on. Let me bring up your presentation here. 1 second. All right. Put this down. Tony, why don't you go ahead and talk about this? I bring up the presentation.
Yes, this project has been going on for some time now, and I think it's gone through a few different routes of approval. It was determined by zoning that he had to go one route, and then turn around, they had to change it to another route, and it's just been going back and forth. However, we made some type of approval. The original approval was that sometime last year. And they basically got through the end of the process that they changed it to and basically had approved it. Now, subsequently, nearing the end of the completion of the project, there's another issue that has arisen with the glass railing at the top of the building. And now they're requesting that we approve a second special exception for the railing at the top of the building. Their plan was to basically have him to go back, take the railing off the top of the house, and it would comply with what they had originally approved, and then come back to get another special exception and go through the entire ANC and zoning process to get a second special exception to put the glass railing back on the roof. And I think they have now come to the conclusion that they will accept our basically offering a second special exception for the installation of the glass railing at the top of this house to finish this project.
Okay, Bernard, why don't you go ahead and have any comments?
No, that's basically it.
Okay. So therefore, we would recommend that the ANC support this request for a special exception for this project.
Okay, Commissioner Padra, do you have anything to add?
Yes, this is an extremely modest amount of relief that's being requested, which is only being made necessary because, the district government has put this poor property owner through the ringer in approving a project that is a replacement to a building that was a long time blight on the community. So I'm happy to make a motion after we see if there are any community comments.
Okay. Any other comments from the commissioners, Kevin or Alex Marriott?
No.
Okay. Any comments from the community? This is 509 O Street. This is in Commissioner Brown's area. He's not here tonight. Raise your virtual hand or press *9. Okay. All right. We don't have any additional comments. Alex, would you go ahead and make the motion?
I move that Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6E support the zoning relief required to allow the construction of the glass railing on the rooftop at 509 O Street Northwest, and that we communicate that support to the Board of Zoning Adjustment.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Kevin seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Alex Marriott? Thumbs up. Aye. Okay, great. Thank you.
Sorry, it was muted. Yep.
All right. Thanks, Bernard.
All right, thanks, y'all. Y'all have a good night.
All right.
Okay, so we have one more. This is, I'm going to unmute Rich. I see Rich. And I see Mr. Colbert, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I hear you? Okay, so let me just bring up, why don't you go ahead, Tony, and I'll bring up the presentation, okay?
Okay, this is a proposed PUD application for the property located at 7th and P. I believe the street address is 651 P Street. They're proposing a mixed-use building, which will basically have retail on the first floor, approximately 6,000 square feet, and it'll be a 9-story building, and I think that they're going to have 215 apartments, and the majority of the units will be affordable. And for those that are affordable, the majority of them will be 2 bedrooms. We think it's going to be a beautiful project, and it'll be a great addition to the 6E, and we think it's going to be great.
So, Rich, why don't you tell me what side is what that we're looking at right now?
Yeah, this is
P Street.
Go ahead, Rich.
the actual address that we're using is going to be 631 P Street.
631. Okay.
Just to clarify.
Okay.
And yeah, this is we're not seeking any action this evening. We're simply just informing the ANC of our intent to file for this PUD at this site, and we anticipate filing for the PUD later this summer, and we will certainly be returning to the ANC well before any hearing to go into more detail and specifics about the property. And in the meantime, we'll be continuing our outreach with the community as we work with our development team to refine the project and get into more details. So, and just a quick note, we've begun the outreach. We've been in touch with Commissioners Brown and Commissioner Padro and some of the neighboring property owners, and we plan to continue those efforts in the coming weeks. And so if anyone want to meet or learn more about it, we're happy to do that either through a properly distanced meeting or in person, or we can do a Zoom meeting as well. But that's just really the intent tonight was to give notice that we are planning to file this.
So Rich, let me ask you, people are looking at, what am I looking, so this is with a little red Shaw, what is that, what side am I looking at here?
Yeah, so we're looking right now to the northwest from Kennedy Rec Center, basically. And
So this is 7th Street with the little Shaw. This is 7th here.
This
right?
is P Street.
This is P.
Yes.
That's correct, and that's Marion to the
And then
right.
Marion Street. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So this is Marion Street over here.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay.
And where we have Shaw there, this is intended to be somewhat of a placeholder for public art. We haven't refined exactly what we're doing yet, but we are, as a part of our kind of our community benefits package, we do want to incorporate some community art, and we think this would be a nice location for it, given the setback requirements along P Street.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from the commissioners? Alex Padro.
No comment.
Not questions. The architects and the developer have been responsive to comments that I've been providing. This first was presented to us while Commissioner Brown was out of town dealing with the illness and the subsequent loss of his mother. So he hasn't been able to be as actively engaged, but we hope that he will be. In the meantime, there were a number of issues in terms of massing materials, et cetera, that were brought to the attention of the architects. They responded favorably, also to the request for incorporation of space for public art, which we always do encourage in major developments of this type. So they'll continue to refine the project. They're eager to get community feedback, and we'll be working with them on the community benefits package associated with the PUD so that they'll be able to make a presentation this fall.
Okay, great. Okay, any comments from the community? Raise your virtual hand or press *9. It's very exciting to have this lot, have something on this lot, and that's why I told Rich.
Yes.
Right. Okay. No, I don't see any community comments. Okay, Rich and Mr. Colbert, thank you very much, and we look forward to further information.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Good night.
Okay, so let's see here. Okay. Oh, and then here's the Shaw Main Street. So Al, are you going to talk about it, or who's talking about it?
No, Tia Kane, the project manager, should be the audience. And I'm going to sign out so that I can properly recuse myself.
Okay. Hi, Tia. I see you. Okay, Tia, can you hear? Tia?
Hello.
Hey, how are you? Let me bring up the presentation, okay? Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, you can begin.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Tia Kane, and I'm the project manager working for Shaw Main Streets on the 9th Street Mural Project grant application. ANC 6E has supported 2 previous successful DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities Public Art Building Communities grant applications by Shaw Main Streets. And I'm here today regarding an application which will be submitted for the fiscal year 21 grant year. This project involves murals that will be painted on blank walls of buildings along 9th Street Northwest and in Blagden Alley. 3 of the potential locations are in ANC 6E at 1301 and 1329 9th Street Northwest, in ANC 6E03 and 1540 9th Street in ANC 6E01. We are working with property owners regarding participation in the program. If they agree to participate and the grant is funded, the selected artists will work with the property owners to obtain their final approval of the designs that will be applied to the walls. This overall project will be a celebration of women in the arts featuring established female muralists. Each artist will select an emerging artist to work with them on their respective installations. The grant application process requires that applicants make presentations before the relevant ANCs. We presented to ANC 2F last week and received their support. we are requesting a letter of support from ANC 6E by July 16th to be submitted with our application. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, one second. Okay, any questions from the commissioners, Alex, Marriott, or Kevin? Wait a minute. You know what? Because we're missing, we can't vote because we don't have a quorum with this one.
Well, I believe the quorum was to start the meeting, and we would have sufficient, presence to take action on this.
But with 3 votes, we don't have a majority.
So
We would have a majority of those present in the quorum.
No.
I'll tell you what. Why don't we do this?
Okay.
All right, let's take the vote. If it turns out, we'll meet again tomorrow and we'll all vote, or 2 weeks from now, or whatever the necessary step is.
Okay. Okay. So, any comments, Kevin, Alex?
Who's managing or who's going to be taking care of the maintenance to the project?
I don't have an answer for that as of yet, but I can definitely get that answer for you. I'm project manager, so I'm overseeing, everything up to installation. What you mean, the maintenance?
The maintenance following, yeah.
Contracts per site.
Okay.
Okay. When is the project? Y'all trying to get the project on the way? What date y'all want to start?
So this is for fiscal year 21. If we are granted the funds from the Building Communities Grant, we probably will start possibly sometime in late October. You could see one of the first mural installations being worked on.
Okay, late October this year.
Yes. It falls within the fiscal year.
Because
okay.
Okay, any comments from the community? Raise your virtual hand or press *9. Mr. Tracy, hold on one second. Oh, and I see you, Mr. Hall. I see you, Chuck Hall. Go ahead, Mr. Tracy.
Yeah, this sounds like a great idea. I guess my question is, when we talked earlier tonight about how we're happily taking down some of the stuff that never should have gone up in the first place. But will these murals have a sort of an educational component to them, so that students can learn a little bit more about actual history as opposed to invented history that we're trying to correct?
There could be some installations that are based on historical figures. However, we are still in the process of receiving submissions from artists, but the property owners will be involved in that process regarding what actually gets approved to be installed. I'm not in a position to be able to speak in detail about the artwork as of yet, but I know in some of the proposals that I've received from artists that yes, history will be a part of some of these installations.
Okay, and Mr. Chuck Hall, I'm going to unmute you, okay? Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall, we can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself. Mr. Hall, you have to unmute yourself. There you go. Nope.
Okay.
Yep, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yes, my question, I guess, was in part asked by the person ahead of me. 1540 9th Street, as I think about walls that might be is that the wall on the restaurant at the end of the block on Q Street?
Yes, currently there is graffiti tagging on that wall. That's the Carter G. Woodson home. So it's just above Zeppelin Restaurant if you were approaching 9th Street from Rhode Island Avenue.
It's, I'm at a loss.
So the Carter G. Woodson home actually has
Yes.
3 addresses attached to the property, and 1540 is the one closest to the direction of Rhode Island Avenue.
Okay, you said it's graffiti on there. I thought they had hired someone to paint the artwork.
So they had hired someone.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Yes, it's there's. My question is that, and I'm with Shiloh Baptist Church. My question is that the artwork be consistent with what is close there. Directly across the street, of course, is the memorial, and a couple of doors down is the museum. I don't think there should be any question as to what type of artwork should be put there.
Yes,
The
Mr.
idea
Hall.
that there should be something educational.
Yes, Mr.
That's
Hall.
my concern.
Yes, that is correct. And just to let you know, they did hire someone to paint over previous graffiti tagging. Someone has returned and tagged it again. So for that specific property, what we're proposing is an installation that is not of paint, but it's a green space installation that will really mitigate future tagging, and it will represent Carter G. Woodson.
That's all I was asking.
Okay. Okay, any other, thank you, Mr. Hall, for that. Any other community comments? Nope, okay. So Alex, Marriott, and Kevin, I think we're a little bit caught here. I think I'm correct about this, but maybe I'm wrong. I won't say because, so Tia, when is this due, our support?
So if we could receive your letter by the 16th of this month, that would be fantastic.
Okay, because if we're wrong, I'll find out tonight. We'd have to give another notice about this specific vote. So that's a week. We have to give a week notice for a vote. So,
Okay.
Right?
That's correct. Well, not necessarily. If there's a special circumstance, we can get around it.
Are you sure? I don't.
Yep.
Well, we will consult our expert because he works at night, and I don't think that. So.
Okay, perfect.
All
Thank
right,
you so
all
much for your time this evening, Commissioner.
Right?
Say that, Kevin.
So let's.
How many votes we need? I mean, how many commissioners we need for a vote?
Well, we're going to vote, but we're going to double check with Gottlieb tonight. I'm going to email him after the meeting. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Alex, Mary, do you want to make the motion?
Yeah, I vote that ANC 60 support the Shaw Main Street. Excuse me, let me start over. I vote that ANC 60 submit a letter of support for the Public Art Meeting Communities Grant Program for Shaw Main Street, and that we provide that to, or who do we send it to? Tia?
So you will be addressing it on letterhead to Shaw Main Street.
Oh, okay.
I'm project manager, so I'm working with Shaw Main Street.
Okay, and that we communicate that letter to Shaw Main Street.
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. All right, thanks, Tia, very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay, here we go. All right, moving on. Thank you, everyone who's still with us. I appreciate your time tonight. It's been a long, I think this might be our longest meeting ever, so I do appreciate everyone's time. All right, so here is our one of our big things on the agenda is the proposed bike lane. So I'm going to unmute. Wait.
No, we gotta do the ones. We're doing ones. Is on the list first.
Proposed bike lane. We're doing the bike lane. Alex.
All right.
We're doing the bike lane. Oh, Karen, you gotta unmute yourself. Karen, you have to unmute yourself, Karen. There you go.
Okay. Isn't Alex Padra going to talk about the public safety funding resolution?
No, we're gonna do bike lane. We're gonna do bike lane now.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I thought he.
Nope. Okay, so I'm gonna mute. What do we got? Alex Lopez. Okay, and there's Mike. I see you. Mike. There you go, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, and oh, Mr. DeFrank. Okay, and then we'll unmic the community. Okay, so why don't you go ahead? This is hot topic tonight. This is the proposed bike lane on K Street, and we want to make sure we hear all the community members in addition to the commissioners. So Alex Lopez is chair of our transportation committee. Go ahead, Alex.
Sure. Good evening, commissioners of ANC 6E. My name is Alex Lopez. I chair the Transportation Advisory Committee. This item is in regards to a proposal from DDOT to construct a protected bike lane facility from 1st Street Northeast to 7th Street Northwest, which traverses single member district 6007 and 6005. The Transportation Committee has heard presentations from DDOT and has discussed this at several of its meetings, and we're excited to continue the conversation tonight with our invited guests from DDOT, who are, I believe, we have Mike Goodnow, who is the project manager, the bicycle project manager for this project, who would like to give a brief presentation about the project itself, but also with a focus on, in particular, on the 400 block of K Street. And Chair Nygro, I think that there were some presentation materials, but I understand that you may not be able to access them.
So I have this, what is this I have on the screen? This is the revised plans.
This is the revised plans. Yeah, that is one of the revised plans. However, I think that there was a presentation that DDOT would like to present. I don't know if you're able to.
If I don't have it now, we're not presenting it, so.
Okay. Well, so these plans that you have in front of you, I don't believe will be the final plans, or they were not the plans that were supported by the Transportation Committee.
These are from June.
Yes, this was one alternative. Actually, let me, so if I could turn it over to Mike Goodnow, and maybe in the interim, Chair Nygro, I actually sent you a link to a mock-up of proposed plans that was prepared by DDOT for the 400 block. That should be in your Twitter direct messages. I don't know if you're able to.
You just tweet me now?
In your direct messages, so you know your DMs are open.
No, it's not on my laptop. So, Mr. Goodnow, would you please talk to the project?
Sure.
Yeah. Good evening, commissioners and community members. Yeah, my apologies. I put together a short presentation. I wasn't aware I had to send it ahead of time. But I'll talk through quickly some of the background on why we're proposing this project and a little what it is. So as Alex Lopez stated, this project is for protected bike lanes on K Street between 1st Street Northeast and 7th Street Northwest, Mount Vernon Square. There's really a dearth of bicycling facilities anywhere between Northeast DC and Northwest DC. It's been proposed as far back as the Bike Master Plan in 2005. Then we did a long-range transportation plan in 2014, where we actually proposed something on L and M Street. So then we decided about 3 years ago to study this downtown area between 6 Northwest, 6 Northeast, K Street, and N Street to find out what is the most logical way to get across town. We had a lot of public input for that, a public meeting, a stakeholder group. We came up with 2 alternatives. One was along K Street, and the other was along sections of M and N Street. So we have bike lanes right now on portions of K Street. We have them in Northeast from 2nd to 6th. Eventually, we will take that to West Virginia or Florida Avenue. We'd like to continue west of 2nd Street, and we're biting off a chunk of it with this project from 1st Street Northeast, where we have protected bike lanes. You've probably seen those throughout the city. They're a form of bike lane that has some sort of physical protection between the bikeway and the travel way. It can be flexible posts that are sticking up. It could be concrete curb. It could be a row of parked cars. The key is it makes bicyclists feel more comfortable riding there. Drivers also like it too because they know where to expect bikes. It helps too that cars aren't crossing a bike lane to park, and we don't have issues with cars stopping and standing in the bike lanes too. And I'll keep this brief, just a couple more minutes because I know it's late. We found other protected bike lanes in the city. They've tripled ridership on 15th Street Northwest, Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. We've seen a decrease in crashes for all users, not just bikes, but for cars, for pedestrians as well, because they help shorten the crossing distance of the roadway. And so right now on K Street in the section of Northwest, there's some small sections of bike lanes right now, essentially from about 36th Street. And what is there now? There's parking on both sides of the road, a bike lane going in each direction, and 2 travel lanes. Except at the intersections where we have pretty high turn volumes, we drop the bike lanes and we put in a turn lane to really keep the traffic flowing. With this project, what we're proposing is to actually put in protected bike lanes along the curb, and you need a little bit of buffer space on the outside of those. So with the limited right of way, our proposal was to remove parking on one side of the road. To us, it made the most sense to remove it on the north side, because the south side have a few more businesses. We also have some residences further to the east of the project area. So that was a proposal. We've gotten a lot of comments since we put out the notice of intent a few months ago, and we've met with some of the businesses and the property managers, particularly in the 400 block. They were concerned about the parking removal. Especially the first alternative we had come up with, we're essentially only maintaining about 60 feet of parking on the south side of the road, which we are proposing for pickup and drop-off zones to really facilitate high turnover. The retailers are a bit concerned during this health pandemic that a lot of their business right now is takeout, and they have a lot of deliveries that occur, so they really need access to the curb. So we went back, we developed a plan, and it's the plan that you have right now, commissioners, that we put back in just standard bike lanes, which allows us to get a little bit more parking on both sides of the road. I think it's about 150 to 200 feet on each side of the road. Each parking spot is about 20 feet, parking spot or pickup drop-off spot. So about 10 to 20 spots. But we've heard a lot of concern as well that if we put in the standard bike lanes, that there's likely to be parking that would occur in the bike lanes. We came up with another option, and maybe you have this to show, where we would put in some pickup drop-off on the south side of the road on the eastern half of the 400 block. That's just east of 4.5 Street, where there's the mid-block crosswalk with the fall bouts. And the lane would shift a little bit going westward, and we would have 100 feet of pickup and drop off. We're hoping this could serve the business as well. It would provide pickup and drop off, and at most, someone might have to walk, about 50 to 100 feet to access that pickup and drop off zone. Okay. And really, that kind of concludes my background on the project.
Okay, so let me ask Alex, do you want to begin the discussion? Alex Marriott?
Yeah, sure. Am I wrong? Because I sent around the plans that I think were just up a little while ago. It was like a version 3 document.
That's what you sent. So I grabbed those. And
yeah,
so,
is there another updated version?
So
well,
this is from an email from this afternoon. Is that correct, Mr. Goodnow? Was this from an email from late this afternoon?
Did you want to take that, Alex, or do you want me to explain?
Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, thank you. I emailed the commissioners a copy of the latest proposal from DDOT, the one that Mike Goodnow just referenced, that would preserve pickup drop-off in 2 locations on the 400 block of K Street, preserving 100 foot of pickup drop-off on, I'll say, the northwest section of the block, and 120 feet of pickup drop-off on the southeast section of the block. And this design would, it would route the the bike lane behind the parking, so that the bike lane would be between the parking lane and the curb, with full protection for the bike lane for the entire block. This is a compromise position that the Transportation Committee was trying to identify something that would maintain full protection for the bike lane for the entire length of the 600 block, or 400 block, excuse me, while preserving sufficient pickup drop-off to serve the needs of the restaurants on the 400 block. So I believe that each of the commissioners should have a copy of that design in their inbox.
So I'm confused. So Alex Merritt, do you know about this?
Yeah, no, and you see, kind of this is getting to one of the concerns that I have. You know, like typically we like to take some time to review these plans, but it does seem like these plans are regularly evolving. You know, I've had a number of people reaching out, discussing what they want to see, what they don't want to see. And it gets trickier and trickier to kind of be specific on what you want to see as these plans continue to change.
Can I quickly sort of try to lay the groundwork here for what the options are? Commissioner Nigro, if there's any way for you to share this new. This is
I have an old laptop. It doesn't have my government email on it. So this is. So can you speak to this? So what has changed, I guess? So and I have a question. So why are we just learning about this afternoon, or what happened with this? That Alex Marriott is not informed of this prior to this afternoon.
So basically, think of it as sort of three specifically on the 400 block, right? Let's kind of push everything else to the side for a minute. On the 400 block, there was originally a plan that protected the bike lanes against the curb, but took away. I think in the end there was only 60 feet of space left for any parking or PUDO on the whole block. We then sent out another plan that unprotected the bike lanes, so that the parking / PUDO lane was against the curb on both sides of the street, and had a lot of parking, so a lot of space for pickup, drop off, and parking like we do today. But that obviously unprotects the bike lanes, which is something that we don't want to do, and that a lot of people in the community didn't want us to do as well. And so we are still working through sort of, we don't have a third like official plan set like what you're seeing on your screens now, sort of a most updated one, but Mike has been working really hard to basically try and get it really as creative as possible to create a plan that protects the bike lanes and preserves at least, I think, 200 feet of pickup and drop off space on both sides of the street, which is enough for at least 6 cars to sort of do pickup and drop off at once. The reason that it's sort of evolving and coming together is because this block is really complicated. We have to have certain left turn pockets because of like the number of cars that are making those turns. And so it involves shifting lines by like a couple of feet to create, enough space for everything to fit. And so it's a process. Like it's been sort of it's really gotten down to like a game of inches trying to make everything work. And so that kind of came together this afternoon, this new version.
But wait, let me just stop you. So was Alex Marriott not included in this conversation? I'm a little confused. Help me out, Alex.
I think we're getting a little sidetracked. And while I appreciate that there's new plans that came out this afternoon to discuss exactly what you want to do with protected bike lanes and preserving PUD, pickup drop-off zones. What my understanding of what we're doing tonight is, as this plan is beginning to formulate, we are going to make a comment on these plans as they move forward, and to communicate principles that we want to see when it comes to bike lanes on this. I believe Alex Lopez sent 3 specific principles that he wanted the TAC voted on to support. I kind of was clicking around when I missed them. In particular, they are the project should be completed this year. The project should include separated and protected bike lanes for the entirety of the project corridor from 7th Street Northwest to 1st Street Northeast. And the third is the project should preserve sufficient parking on the 400K block of K Street Northwest to satisfy the needs of businesses for pickup drop-off zones, and the parking spaces should be designated for exclusive use as pickup drop-off zones. So, I mean, I have some edits to those I'd like to suggest to the committee, but I think it's difficult right now because the commission, from the sounds of it, doesn't have the new plans. We can continue to discuss whatever we want to, but at the conclusion of this discussion, I think we need to hone in on these principles that we want to communicate to Mr. Goodnow as he moves forward in this process. Because and also to be clear, if I'm misunderstanding, this is going to be, there will be another opportunity to comment on more finalized plans in the future. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Yeah. So I think tonight we're walking out of here recommending some principles.
Yeah, and I think the point of trying to pull something together was to show that there is a way to make those principles happen on this block. And so it's not like sort of a new formal plan, but we sort of looked at the exact number of feet and things like that to see if there's a way to make those principles work.
And I think more importantly, Alex, Marriott, that your constituents need to see this too. I mean, not just.
Oh, without question.
Well, they will.
Yeah, without question. But I think, I think those 3 principles that the TAC submitted were great. I would like to amend them to include not only, what the businesses need on the 400 block of K Street, but also what's going to be necessary for individuals that are mobility impaired. If there are going to be any spaces preserved for them. I also think we need to be absolutely clear that DDOT needs to have communication with not only the businesses on the 400 all the way to 7th Street, but also all the housing when you move east of 4th Street. There's a lot of affordable housing, and I think it's critical to have their input on this project as well. And I'm not sure if that's already been accomplished, but as we move forward, those are some significant stakeholders that should be addressed.
Okay, yes. Any other comments from the commissioners? Alex Padro? Good.
Yes, so thank you, Alex Marriott, because that was what the committee had recommended. The drawings that we've been sent to take a look at are just an illustration of the application of those principles. So I would, if you're going to make a motion that we adopt those principles with the additional points that you've made, I would support that.
Commissioner Rogers, do you have any comments?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right, so let me.
I can edit those up with what I mentioned to send to Karen and to you as well, Rochelle, or Commissioner Nigro.
Okay, so I'm going to open it up to the community. So I see Sean has got his little hand unraised here. Raised. Sean.
Hey, commissioners. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. So I'm a resident of Alex Marriott's area, building actually. And I cross the 400 block of K Street. What's up, Alex?
I thought you looked familiar.
Yeah. You've probably seen me with my corgi here.
That's
from time
right.
to time. Yeah. So I don't have a car. I would love to be able to bike around the district, but the lack of protected bike lanes in a lot of our neighborhood makes that a pretty scary prospect for me right now. And my understanding is that this entire corridor project has been in the work for a number of years now. So I'm a little surprised to hear that we're sort of at the principal establishment stage of things, because I thought that this protected bike lane was something that was achievable this year, which I think should remain a top priority. I know that that's one of the principles that you just articulated, Alex, and I hope that the stage of development that we're seeing now is compatible with actually getting a physical barrier protecting bike commuters by the end of this calendar year. And I also want to say I love the businesses on the 400 block of K Street. Bake Joint, your employees are cool. They make good biscuits. But right now, the cars that are like churning through at a higher rate than normal, because so much of these businesses are having to operate through pickup and drop off, is making that block like a little more chaotic than normal, right? So even under normal circumstances, that's a high traffic block, but the high rate of cars in and out of the parking spots, I can only imagine makes that a nightmare for cyclists. So just want to emphasize the principle that Alex articulated, which is that the bike lane needs to be physically protected, right? Because if it's sort of intermingled with the pickup drop off at the precise moment when the pickup drop off is being used more than ever, that's a recipe for serious injuries and deaths for cyclists. Thanks.
And let me just make this clear. And I think you when you at the end of what you were mentioning, that's precisely why we need to have this discussion and have stakeholders how we can achieve this within the year. I mean, nobody wants to see this delayed. We have been talking about it, but there are conversations that need to be had and considerations that need to be made. And I also just want to point out one thing, and I'm not picking on you at all, Sean, but every business in the Mount Vernon Triangle that I've been working with for the past 4 years is very much in favor of these bike lanes, recognizes the safety concerns, and is 100% behind this. If they have some suggestions on how to make the bike lanes better, how to make sure the block is functioning better, that's just a practicality. I mean, there's reasons why we're taking the steps that we are. But let me make this abundantly clear, because I think there were some very negative emails that were sent to a lot of these businesses. Everybody is in favor of this. The whole commission's in favor of it. The businesses are in favor of it, but that doesn't diminish the fact that we do need to have conversations. Stakeholders need to have their input, and there are people that we need to look out for.
Okay, so now we have Alex, Levin. Alex, go ahead.
Marianne, me?
Oh, no.
Oh.
Alex Levin.
Oh.
Alex? You have to mute yourself. There you go. Alex Levin. There you go.
There we go. Okay.
There we go. Hooray.
Okay. So hi, everyone. I'm Alex Levin. I'm one of the directors for the Schlau Restaurant Group. We have two businesses here on K Street at 465 K Street, Alta Strada and Sushi Bar. So I want to say very emphatically that prior to the pandemic, we would have been 100% supportive of the bike lane. But with the pandemic being what it is, our entire business model has changed to pickup and delivery. And it scares me to think that we would limit the parking for the delivery drivers to even just a couple of spots, precisely for the reason that we heard about the concerns of just getting in and out of the spaces as they exist right now. I believe it's a safety issue as well, that if we remove the parking altogether, that we're going to end up seeing the delivery drivers literally just stop in the middle of the street and create a real situation where there's going to be serious traffic, there's going to be issues for the bikers. If you have two spots for 5 restaurants to share, I mean, we have literally sometimes 4 or 5 deliveries leaving at one time. That's just one restaurant. Right next to us, we see another 4 or 5 leaving at the same time. It's just not the right time to be doing this. And we feel that it's irresponsible to be doing it during the pandemic right now. What's crazier is I've never heard of a way of planning permanent infrastructure for any community in a way like what I just heard just now, where we don't have the final plans, where there's changes being made every few weeks, even to the tune of this afternoon. And we're discussing it today as if it's going to happen and it's confirmed. And it seems like we need a little bit more time to finalize things before we can say that this is a final deal. As a business, as you know, representing a business interest, I just heard from Mr. Marriott that all of the businesses are in favor of it. And I would say that pretty much none of the businesses are in favor of it during the pandemic. It's just not something that we can afford to invite into the community right now, because of the fact that even with our patios open, even at percentage capacities that we can open up inside, that the primary business continues to be carry out and delivery. And those spots are needed for the drivers of those vehicles. And we need to make sure that we preserve that for them as well. I wanted to make that very clear. I know there's other restaurants on the block, and from what they tell me, they share the same. They share the same concerns that I have as well. One last thing I wanted to say is that you know, all the feedback that you've been getting about the New Jersey Avenue project is exactly what we're trying to avoid on the K Street bike lanes. We don't want to be in the same place that you are on the New Jersey Avenue project 6 to 8 months from now. And I just wanted to add that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. And next we have Chris Hart. Mr. Hart.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So sort of echoing what Sean was saying before, I just wanted to voice my support for the bike lanes and protect it to the extent possible. I'm a resident of the 400 block of K Street. Actually, several years ago, I was a resident of the 100 block of K Street. So I biked K Street many times, and particularly the 400 block can be very challenging as a cyclist, with lots of activity, cars coming in and out of the alleyways, cars, you know, opening doors without looking. So I would urge, to the extent that it's possible, as much protected bike lane as we can preserve. And certainly in response to what Mr. Levin just said, I do obviously support the businesses on the block and want them to thrive. But I do think that moving forward with the bike lane is important during the pandemic, especially as more people are moving to biking as a way of getting around for various reasons, whether, you know, their level of comfort with getting on the bus or the metro, or, you know, they're at risk for some reason. So I think it's important to continue to move forward with these things that make the streets safer for all modes of transport. So I just wanted to voice my support for the bike lanes and mainly for keeping them protected as much as possible.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hart. Okay, next we have up Brent. Brett? There you go, Brett. Go ahead, Brett. Oh. Brett. There you go.
Hello. Yep.
Hi.
Hopefully you can hear me.
Yep.
Hello. I'm Brent Huggins, and you know, I've attended multiple of the transportation subcommittees, you know, about this, many different community meetings and different things like that. This plan has been studied for quite a while. You know, I think it's really it's really important for us to remember like how long this has been going. And I actually think that like DDOT in their like suggestion of the PUDOs is, you know, they're like, the reason why the plan isn't finalized is because they're now trying to like have more community input. However, like up until about 2 or 3 weeks ago, the only information that I think DDOT has heard from the community has been support for the bike lanes. You know, and now it sounds like the businesses are like now figuring it out and maybe opposing it. But I think really here's the real point, more so than anything else, is that, you know, we have been advocating for the Northeast K Street bike lanes. We had monthly protests once a month, with also the hope as those bike lanes got installed, then these K Street Northwest bike lanes would be installed, would be protected bike lanes. And Dave Salvesh was one of those people. He came to our picnic and protest that we had on K Street to get those bike lanes. 3 days later, or a few days later, he died. You know, so I really take umbrage at our idea that we should prioritize businesses over the lives of humans, over the lives of bicyclists. Because this is not some like conceptual thing. Like when bicyclists bike on roads that are not protected, on bike lanes that are not protected, they're more likely to die. They do die. We have seen that in the district. And so our lives like seem to not matter very much. Apparently parking is more important. And I think that that's the real crux of this issue, is that human lives are more important than business interests and the financial capital of these businesses. You know, also delivery can absolutely shift to biking. There, you know, in New York City, there are lots of bike messengers, lots of people that deliver food on bikes. You know, more people, as we've said, have been biking because of the pandemic. We, you know, there's a lot of people have been biking because they're afraid of taking public transit and different things like that. So we need to be thinking about how can we build this to make it safer, healthier, you know, and that we can shift, you know, that if we want to do food delivery, it can move to bikes or to walking. I've had friends that have worked for Postmates without cars and have hand delivered food, you know. So I just think that we need to really think about the cost of parking are oftentimes our bikers' lives.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. And Mr. Hall, is that a question or are you waving at me? You have a question. Okay, hold on one second. I'm going to go to Mr. Hall and then Tiffany. Let me go to Mr. Hall. Okay, hold on one second. Mr. Hall, there you go, Mr. Hall.
Yes, just a number of things. I spent 32 years as a delivery man downtown. I'm retired now. I worked for the Postal Service. You will never, ever be able to stop them from getting in your way. The police wouldn't stop them. I worked on the safety committee. I couldn't stop them from the inside. You'll never stop them from the outside. And that's just one organization. I say this because as I look at, and I don't know which plan this is, but on my computer, I'm looking at one of the plans, and I wonder why K Street. It's the busiest street in that area between 7th and 1st Street. I wonder why not L Street, even if, and there's no traffic on L Street. I just don't understand why K Street. I drive K Street twice a day. Well, I don't now because my wife is teleworking at home now. But I used to drive that K Street to take her to work and to bring her back from work. I live in Ward 6, and I would drive out K Street to 5th Street. It is an impossible thing you will never, I know why they're having so much of a problem with the city, because there's not a possible way to make that safe. The 400 block of K Street is but a minor problem when you compare the 100 block of K Street, where you're coming on and going out from North Capitol Street. I should say the unit block. And then the unit block of K Street Northeast. I'm not a biker, but at the same time, I'm very much concerned with safety. And I've always wondered why the city or why the bike advocates would not advocate the simple safety plans. I think every bike lane should be protected, but I think every bike lane should be at the curb and should be on a one-way street facing the traffic so that you pass the traffic on the driver's side of the car. They see you coming, and if there is parking, there is a car between you and the moving traffic to protect the biker. I don't understand why anyone concerned with the safety of bikers would ever even consider K Street when you've got other ways to get across there. It is asking for a disaster. It is absolutely asking for a disaster. Even if a biker has to come down one block to get across the highway to get across the underpass, and then go back up to L Street if that was the street that was to be used. But and obviously I drive L Street because there's no traffic there. And then I have to come across to K Street because L Street at that point is a one-way street. I would just ask the bikers to consider taking that approach to where you demand that every bike lane be at the curb, protect, and if there is parking, that the parking be on the outside of the bike lane between the moving traffic and the biker. And that way you've got even that much more protection. But more than that, because of the work I did, I was always concerned with bikers being in my blind spot. So that if you have the bikers coming to where they come toward you, and that's done by putting those, even if it means changing streets to one ways. And I don't think that would be too much to ask the planners of the city to do. But to where the bikers are coming toward you on the streets where you're going. That's why 15th Street Northwest is so successful until you get downtown to where it's a two-way street. But the traffic is going north, and all of the bikers, even though it's two lanes, in two directions on the same thing. That's why Pennsylvania Avenue is so successful, because the bikers are on the side to where the drivers are. Nobody's riding up in the blind spot behind them or whatever. Please consider a different approach. You've got the unit block of Northeast, where there's as much development that has happened there and going on as you have in the 400 block of there. You've got the myriad of potential problems that are going to be coming at you once this New Jersey Avenue safety project is going on. Who knows how you make that safe to get across there, and the existing problems at North Capitol Street. I understand the need to get to the trail. I understand that, but there are much better ways rather than putting the bikes on the busiest streets. That's just asking for trouble.
Okay, Mr. Terrell, thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you for your comments. And then, oh, I can't remember your name, but it's not the name that's listed.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my name's Michael.
Yes, sir, Michael.
Yeah, I just want to bring up a few points. Thank you for giving me yet another chance to speak here today. Just want to remind everyone that if we want our streets to be the safest, then we should get rid of cars, because they are the reason why we have fatalities on the streets. I'm not saying that that's what we should do, but I'm saying if our priority number one was safety, that's the right answer. However, our priority is not safety, our priority is mobility, right? So we have to now find a compromise between a variety of modes, and we have to decide what is safe enough. And that's where we come into trying to find ways to share the limited real estate that we have on the roadway. So one of the things that I'm hearing is that it's this war against parking for deliveries, for restaurants and bikes, but there's so much more space on the road that we're not talking about, such as the turn lanes. What purpose are those serving currently? especially if we're in a pandemic and the driving is really low, especially during peak hours. Like, could we find a temporary solution that removes the turn lanes that take up a lot of real estate and replace them with the PUDOs that would then allow for a temporary solution for everyone to be happy in the short term. And then as things evolve and we get back to work, we find ways to allow the restaurants to serve customers in the restaurants and in their patios, and then convert the PUDOs again into the turn lanes and allow, like, we don't have to think about this war of bikes versus pickup and drop off. There's a lot more space on the roadway that we could be thinking more creatively about, especially if we've got a short-term vision of pandemic situation and a longer-term vision when things hopefully will return back to normal at some reasonable amount of time. Someone who used to regularly bike on this section of K Street, the bike lanes that are there now are like they're more dangerous than they are useful. And to answer the question of why K Street, because it is the only real way that goes directly through, and the more zigs and zags you add to the bike lane, the less likely you are that anyone is going to use it. I trust that DDOT has done their thorough analysis of the whole corridor and has identified that K is the best place. Also, the busy roads are the places where the bikes want to be. They want to be able to stop and drop off and get a cup of coffee, patronize the restaurants and the businesses that are along there. I think that the businesses in general want bicycle traffic. They want those customers. There are ample studies that show that customers at, that business at places along a bike lane increase after the bike lane has been installed. There's like 12 different studies that are summarized in an article that I found recently. So I think we have to think a little bit bigger and realize that it shouldn't be the bikes and the deliveries fighting each other. We should really be looking for a larger solution that might satisfy all of our needs.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Okay, so I'm going to actually go to Tiffany. You came back. Okay, let me unmute you. Good.
Hello.
Tiffany.
Hi. Hi, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to talk. My name is Tiffany. I'm representing Bus Boys and Poets, which is located on K Street. I agree, just to piggyback on Alex earlier, I believe he said he had a business on K Street as well, that, right now, majority of our business is with, carry out and curbside pickup. So it is very concerning for us right now that we're thinking about taking away, the parking spaces when we really do need that business, because majority of our business is for curbside. And, we have staff that really do need jobs as well. So I would like to see us come up with a solution that doesn't, has designated parking spots that for the businesses still, and have the bike lanes, but to take away it altogether is it's going to impact all the businesses on the block.
Thank you, Tiffany. Okay, so that's our last comment. So I'll give it back to you, Commissioner Marriott.
Sure. Before I make the motion, I just want to make clear that I was surprised to hear Mr. Levin's comments. I understand, where he's coming from. In speaking with a lot of the businesses in our area, I haven't heard any real opposition. Now, that being said, many of the comments were much closer to what Tiffany just mentioned. That while a lot of these businesses very much are interested in safety and want to see these bike lanes, there's a lot of things we need to consider. And that's why I think the principles that we're going to vote on now specifically mention and request that DDOT continue to work with businesses such that their interests are reflected in the final plans of the bike lanes. Would you want me to go through the principles one more time, or?
So are you ready to make the motion, Commissioner Marriott?
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to make the motion. The ANC 6E support the three principles recommended by the TAC committee with the amendments that DDOT be specifically requested to work with the businesses to find ways to meet their needs, as well as other property owners along K Street, and in particular, the housing complexes east of 4th Street, to also take into consideration the needs of mobility impaired citizens.
Seconded.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Kevin, wait, oops, I'm sorry, I have to mute Kevin.
Aye.
Okay, great. All right, thank you, all my transportation bike lane folks for hanging on this long.
Thank you.
All right. Let me mute him. Oh, Alex Lopez. So Alex Marriott, are we gonna do your thing or should we do you would do it right now?
Sure.
Okay, let's go. So
Sure.
Mr. DeFrank, or wait, Alex Lopez, we're gonna just hang tight about the speed bumps, okay? Okay.
So a few years ago, we had the privilege of voting on a resolution in support of the creation of the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement. They've been wonderful to come and speak with us and discuss their programs, particularly last fall during, when we saw such an uptick in the shootings in Shaw. One of the things that they do is they have a Pathways program. This program works with at-risk individuals. They work on developing life skills, and they also work with these individuals to place them in employment positions. Having them in these employment positions is key because that's what keeps them, on the straight and narrow. It's what, we know the economic development is the only thing that will really have a long-term solution to certain antisocial behaviors, crime, however you wanted to describe it. So what I'm proposing is a resolution. The ANC 6E amend its bylaws to require that any for-profit business coming and seeking our support, one of the conditions of our support is the next time they have a public job opening. We can amend the language a little bit after I had a conversation with our ones folks. Anytime they have a public job opening, they will liaise with the Pathway program to see if there are any candidates in the program that would qualify and they'd be interested in interviewing for a position. The goal of this requirement would be to open up opportunities for these individuals. And I think that'd be something very positive for our city and very positive for our neighborhood. The other part of this resolution would be the period that I think we can adjust the language a little bit, but we would request, or we would use the employment of individuals from the Pathway program as a factor when giving our support. So if we had someone come before us and they had, interviewed and hired people from the Pathways program, we would use that as a positive factor in determining whether we're going to offer our support.
Okay, so I guess, for certainly Alex Padro and Kevin to chime in, but I guess my concern is, and I brought up on the screen, so I'd have the wording here, that I'm worried about and I expressed this to you, Alex Merritt, but the follow-up that's on the commission's part and the tracking. So I'm a little, who would do that?
Well, I think that can be amended, and that's probably, and that's language.
Or what do you
I
mean?
can amend it to you tonight and send it to you later. I think what the central point that I was trying to make in this particular part is that we would view the hiring of people from the ONES Pathway program as a positive quality and factor in determining future support for things. Now, we don't need to track it. We don't need to have some like periodic follow-up. If somebody came before us and we said, oh, somebody asked a question, we've hired somebody from the ONES program, we would view that favorably.
So let me just give you, because I guess, so I understand what
Sure.
you're asking for. So I am pro workforce development, 1000% entirely. I get this. And I understand where you're coming. But for our role, okay, let's just I'm going to pick on the bagel people, right? If they would have come to us tonight and they want their ABR thing that they wanted earlier. So I would say to the bagel folk, you need to do this. And if they say, we have our bagel makers, we're fine, then what do I do? I mean, I guess I don't.
Then you'd say to them the next opportunity that you have a public job opening and you're going to be advertising it, to liaise with the ONES office to see if there's anybody in their Pathways program that they would be interested in interviewing for that position. Not hire, interview. They don't even have to, they don't have to interview, but to liaise with them to see if there's somebody there. And then in the future, if they come back, they want an amendment, they want to extend their hours, they want to do X, Y, and Z, and things were looking good. You're on the fence. One of the factors you could consider was their hiring of these individuals.
So, but I'm not, so once again, let's pick on the bagel folk, that they, okay, fine, there's a bagel person position open later on, and then, but they're, what if they don't even bother? So, I mean, who's checking? I mean, I don't like fluff. So in terms of, they could agree, but then nothing really comes to it.
Well, I think a lot of what we've done, as a commission, even the settlement agreement we put in place with, various entities, we don't have an enforcement arm as an ANC. This is about creating opportunities for people in this Pathways program, for people who have gone through certain parts of their lives, who needed to develop life skills, who are at risk, to create an opportunity for them to be employed. And to use our positions as someone who regularly sees for-profit businesses coming before us to open that door. I don't view this as some onerous task that's like, oh, you have to hire X. No. This is simply requesting that they liaise with this office to potentially open an employment opportunity.
Okay. So Commissioner Padro?
So while I think that the opportunity to try to ask businesses to look at hiring DC residents, I have a concern because I would much rather see us have a provision that says that we encourage every for-profit business that is seeking our support for any kind of licensing or zoning relief, to advertise all positions that are available to neighborhood residents or commission residents, and that those residents be given first priority in the interviewing process for new hires. I mean, that would drive down to our neighborhood those types of opportunities. If you're just talking about the ones, you can be talking about people in Ward 7, Ward 8, not our constituents. So we would, in fact, potentially be disincentivizing or discouraging businesses from looking at our constituents as potential hires, in favor of folks from other parts of the city. So I like the spirit of the resolution, but I'd like to see it expanded so that it includes not only the ones but also neighborhood residents.
And I agree with that. Actually, I think that's much more of a valid point, that there'd be residents from our immediate area.
Well,
down to that, I don't,
I mean, I think the difference being when you single out and you try to work with the ones office, and in this Pathways program in particular, is that you're getting to a segment of the population that's the most at risk, the ones that are in this program. And one of the biggest problems that ones has in their Pathway programs are finding these placement opportunities. Now, again, there's no reason why a business in our local area can't hire somebody local. We're not telling them they have to hire somebody from a ones office, but they already would be incentivized to hire somebody locally because of proximity. That's already something weighing in their favor. I know there's a number of neighborhood kids that work at the Safeway, and that's great. But what this resolution is doing is trying to get to the root of the problem. The root of the problem that we were discussing earlier, when people are saying, how are we going to do this? What is the long-term solution? The long-term solution is finding those, which the ones office is doing, that are the most at risk, and making sure they're going in a direction that's the most positive and beneficial for our community and our city.
So, Commissioner Rogers? Kevin?
I'm on board with the idea, but I was looking at, where's the training for the constituents, for whatever type of job they want to get hired for? What kind of training program is in place?
Well, a lot of these individuals are going through certain training programs, and especially life skills with the Pathways program. this wouldn't necessarily be, we wouldn't be requiring anybody to develop a certain skill. However, if you were an electrician, if you were somebody who had a skill prior to going into the Pathways program, that would certainly be, something that would assist them in getting a placement coming out of it. Realistically speaking, looking at this resolution, I don't see this as a cure-all. If we had every business say, yeah, sure, we'll do it. And every opening, they went to the one's office, took a look at the list and said, these candidates aren't for me. Or, I need somebody with carpentry. Nobody has a carpenter, But if we can create one opportunity through this simple request, then we might very well prevent somebody from going in a much more negative direction. And whether they're from Ward 8 or Ward 7, I don't think that should limit us. I think that's we should help them just like we'd help anybody from Ward 6 or 6E.
So I still like, go ahead, Kevin.
You're looking for interns, but you look for somebody who got some kind of skill in that form, like electrician or something, or carpenter or person who lays sheetrock, already skilled, but don't have a job. Is that what you're saying, Alex?
Well, I mean, among other, individuals, the person doesn't necessarily need to have a skill. I mean, if the bagel people were looking for somebody to run a cash register, and said, we'd be willing to, hire this person who's never ran a cash register before, fine.
So it's up to them to train that person then.
It could be, if that's what they wanted to take. I mean, the main goal of this is really just to create an opportunity where the most at-risk individuals are getting an opportunity that they otherwise might not get.
Okay.
So I think we're all on board with that. I do like Alex Padro's point, going back, that it's people from the area. I think that is more key. And I don't know if the one's office can drill down to that, or even is that possible? And why probably constituents think I'm crazy. People are on the call, but I think this is important because it is being added to our bylaws. So this is a bigger deal than just some resolution. It's on our bylaws. So.
Well, I can't tell you, I know that
all of our commissioners are not here. And so I expressed my concern to Alex Marriott that all the commissioners were not here tonight. So
well, I understand that. And, I spoke about this kind of requirement with Frank, months ago, and I haven't had a chance to talk with him lately. I know Michael Brown sent an email today saying that he supported the resolution. And I haven't had a chance to speak with Alvin today either, but I can't speak for him. But I mean, again, I don't think what you two are suggesting is wrong or bad. It's fine. But what I'm trying to do, or what I'm proposing, is something very different that goes to something, that we discussed earlier, getting to the root of the problem, trying to create a long-term solution. Giving a high school kid who's got straight A's a job to go to the bagel place is great, and it's fine if he lives next door. But that's not what I'm looking to accomplish here. We want to get the kid who's, having some problems, who might be tempted to pick up a gun. I want that kid to have that, that's going through the Pathways program, that's developing life skills, that's already going in a direction. This is to help him continue on that direction, or her, or whoever.
We got that. We understand this. I think I would support this only if there is some way to make our constituents in the surrounding area have priority. Is that what
but that's kind of missing the whole point of this.
What do you mean? Why is that missing the whole point?
Because people are already incentivized to hire people locally. But the reason being is that they can hire whoever they want. If they want to take a preference, that's fine. This isn't even taking preference. This is trying to create a very specific opportunity for a very specific group of people.
So but I'm saying again, if it is possible that the ones group, and we do not know their mechanisms, that they look at our residents, if it's possible, first.
All right. So what you're proposing is,
Alex, does that make sense?
No, I still think that we need to have two prongs. So it's number one, that we ask all businesses that are looking for our support to actively recruit new employees from our jurisdiction. And then number two, ask them to actively consult the ones list in the Pathways program to try to see if there are, potential applicants. So I would say, that those are two prongs that we would add, not just one prong for ones.
Well, I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rochelle, are you talking about creating some kind of requirement to look at the ones Pathways program and give preference within that program to local? That I'd be more on board with than.
Well, that's what I said. Yeah. So that if
Yeah, I'd be in favor of that. I could get behind that. I think what Alex
down to that. I don't know if they can drill down. I don't know how.
We can include it and ask them. I mean, when I talked to the ones office, they were very excited about this resolution. They unfortunately had to leave today, but they sent me a text saying that they love it. The director loves it. And if we ought to add something in to say, listen, in addition to looking at the ones office in the Pathway program, you'll give preference to local kids that are in the Pathways program. Fine.
No, but my problem is that, there are plenty of, if you want to focus on youth, I wouldn't say just youth,
no, it's not just youth.
Neighborhood residents, that are looking for employment should be given the equal consideration by businesses that are looking to hire. So I would say.
But they already are, Alex. That's not changing anything.
No,
I mean,
no, but we're not. We're not asking them to do that. Putting it in the bylaws would ask them to do it.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
If you want to put that in as a separate thing, that's fine.
That's what I'm saying.
But
do both. I'm not saying don't do the ones. I'm saying do the ones and do something to encourage local hiring.
But the one problem I have with that, Alex, is that dilutes what this is trying to accomplish.
Why is that dilute?
And then on the other hand, it would, the ones dilutes the opportunity to try to focus on getting jobs for our constituents. So if you have both in there, then you're not disincentivizing anybody.
I mean, Alex Marriott, I mean, honestly, there are many ways the DC government is helping people, whether it's the ones program or programs through DOES. We welcome the engagement, but what you're asking us to do is just to focus in on the ones. I think I agree with Alex Padro that why not add that second prong? Because you're putting into our bylaws. This is big.
Well, because I mean, there's no. I mean, what do we could all do a handshake, and then like for the rest of the meetings, we could just be like, hey,
But I worry that's what this will turn into, because there is no. I don't want to call it enforcement.
Listen, that's fine. If you want to put in there that in addition to looking at the ones list, you're also going to look locally for kids too. That's fine. I mean, there can't be any distinction between local individuals and people on the ones program, and they would specifically have to liaise with the ones program. They don't have to hire, but they have to liaise. That's fine. If that's what you want to do, then that's fine. All right,
Kevin.
I'm on board with Alex. I'm on board with Alex Marriott, right? If he decides he want to go with that right there, okay. So it's all right with me.
So.
All right. So I propose that we. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Alex.
All right. So I propose that we move forward with a proposed resolution with the amendment that not only do we
take out that part about what does this say here?
We can eliminate the second part.
Wait a minute, where is it here? Hold on. Okay, so wait, it's reading. Let me bring in this. Can I do this? Y'all, I need an assistant during these things for the visual part. Hold on, 1 second. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Okay, so when you say this, so this whole part with this follow-up business.
Yeah, we can cut that.
Okay, is there anything up top we have to worry about, Alex? Wait a minute before I scroll down here.
It really is just
the story part. This is the story. Okay, so Alex Padro, do you have any? Are you okay with this?
Yeah, I'm taking a look at it again here. Okay. So yeah, we just add to it. So we'll commit to reviewing the list of one's pathway program participants and interview those that meet the position's qualifications, and also actively promote job opportunities to residents of ANC 6E.
That's fine.
And then take out that bottom part.
Yep.
That's fine.
Okay. Can you, someone type that up for Karen? Alex Marriott?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you want to make the motion?
I mean, I'll second Alex's.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alex Parmer. I apologize. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Kevin?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. All right. Okay, moving on here, folks. We're almost done. These are the diehards, the 27 people who have stayed with us here. Okay, so let's do the this. Are you here, Mr. DeFrank, with us? Are you still here? There you are. Hooray. Okay, so let's do the speed bumps. Oh, and Mr. DeFrank, and now, and where's Alex Lopez? There he is. Okay, right. Wait, whoop. Whoop. There we go. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. The Transportation Committee reviewed an item that was referred to by Commissioner Nigro. There are a series of alleys that are between bordered by M Street in the north, 4th Street in the east, New York Avenue in the south, and 5th Street to the west. These alleys are they're known as either Brown's Court, Yale Steam Laundry Alley, or Crowley Court, depending on who you ask. But they are used by cars as cut through, according to the commissioner. And the commissioner's request is that the ANC recommend that DDOT installs, or request that DDOT install speed bumps on in these alleys. The Transportation Committee reviewed the request and decided that it was voted in favor of recommending that the ANC make such a request to DDOT.
Yeah, and so this is in my area. So the alley has been kept open. This is a bit of a story. So it has been kept open, but we do have cars that like to just go down from M Street and then take a left to get onto 395. And we are in this hodgepodge of situations with traffic due to the Jersey Avenue Safety Project, and basically the entire area sometimes can be a standstill. And so they use this as a cut through. So to make cars go slower, there is one speed bump, and we would like the entire alley to be, appropriately done with speed bumps. But let me ask you, Mr. DeFrank, I sent you that picture. Is that a real DDOT speed bump?
Yeah, so I sent it to someone on our safety team, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I remember that pilot."
Yes.
Basically, we installed those as part of a pilot to basically try a new way of controlling speed and sort of problems in alleys. We no longer have the contract or sort of the method to procure more of those that we did when we installed them as a pilot. But I think hearing from the ANC about how appreciated they are and how much they work would be a good first step in sort of trying to see if there's a way for us to either figure out a way to get more of them and sort of restart the pilot or sort of expand it or do something else similar.
I mean, certainly at this point, because I worry about the increased traffic. At the same time, you have specifically speaking to the residents of Yale West, this is also how they get to their garage. And so you have hundreds of people that get to their garage that way. So, and we also have transportation due to there's people access the alley because of the hotel, and there are actually homes back there where that is their entrance. So there will be continued traffic, but I think it would be great to slow it down. So any comments from the commissioners? Alex Padro?
No, no. Let's see if DDOT's willing to do it. I mean, I had asked for speed bumps on an alley on the 1700 block of between 7th and 8th Streets years ago, and the answer was no. We won't put speed bumps in alleys, but we'll put up speed limit signs. So if they're willing to expand this pilot and consider other locations that are deserving of reduction in speed to increase pedestrian safety, then I'm all for it.
Okay. Kevin? Commissioner Rogers?
Have no comment.
Okay. Commissioner Marriott?
All set.
Okay. All right, it's going to open up to the community. Any of my constituents here from M Street? Yeah, well, there's Bob. Okay. Go, Bob. You have to unmute yourself. There you go, Bob.
Yes, I live on M Street and use the alley for access to our back parking lot. So I'm all in favor of these speed bumps. The traffic that comes off M through the alleys, there's a lot of it, and it's a lot of them speed very much. It's very much a safety issue. So I'm all in favor of this.
All right, any other constituents? This is the alley that goes between M and New York, 4th and 5th. Raise your virtual hand or press *9. Okay, no one else. Okay, so let me go ahead and make anyone other comments? No, okay. Let me go ahead and make the motion that ANC 6E support additional speed bumps in the alley between 4th and 5th Street Northwest and New York and M Street Northwest.
Seconded.
Communicate that to DDOT.
Seconded.
Seconded by Alex Padro. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yay. Okay. And now we have one last main agenda item, which goes back to, it's a resolution from Commissioner Padro.
Yes. So the resolution that I shared with the commission is in response to many phone calls and emails that I received during the past month, with calls on one hand for reductions in funding for the Metropolitan Police Department in the FY21 budget, and calls for the maintenance of the budget for the Metropolitan Police Department in the FY21 budget. I believe that there are compelling arguments on both sides, but there is a proposal from the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, which is chaired by our Ward 6 Council member Charles Allen, to reduce some $15 million from the MPD budget and disperse it in a manner that would not necessarily have an immediate impact on the availability of first responders to address calls for service. So looking at models that have been developed in other cities around the country that have reduced the responsibilities of their police forces, I'm recommending that we ask the council to look at assigning certain types of calls for service to non-police officers as first responders. So some of those types of first responders that have been used in other cities include social workers, mental health professionals, traffic control officers, school safety officers, and violence interrupters. So my recommendation is that if indeed the MPD budget for FY21 is to be reduced, that funding be provided to hire non-police officers that would be first responders to the types of calls for service that are not that do not require armed police to respond to them, and that police only be called as backup by these first responders when necessary. That would help to ensure the continued availability of as many first responders as possible, while shifting some of the responsibilities that we heard this evening from two MPD commanders that their officers are often called upon to perform that are not really in their wheelhouse, but they have been asked to undertake, in the interest of public safety. So the resolution, doesn't specify the exact, funding that would be allocated to any one potential pilot, but that the levels of first responders be maintained, just that responsibilities that don't necessarily have to have an armed presence be shifted to other first responders.
Okay. Commissioners Marriott and Commissioner Rogers, I have it up on the screen. I don't think Commissioner Rogers can see it, I apologize. So any questions? You all were sent it by Commissioner Padro.
Yep.
No.
Kevin?
No.
What do you mean no?
You can't hear me?
What is, I hear you. So what do you have thoughts about it?
Oh, no thoughts.
Okay. Okay, so looks good, Alex Padro. Thank you very much. So do you want to go ahead and make a motion?
Sure. I move that we approve the resolution related to reallocation of the MPT budget to non-police first responders, and that we send that resolution to all the members of the City Council, the Chief of Police, and the Mayor.
Okay. Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Alex Marriott seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. All right, so now we're any old business? And let me I put on here by, so we're gonna have a separate another bylaw discussion another time. So, all right, any old business, commissioners? No? Okay. So minutes, we're gonna approve the minutes. Any questions about the minutes from June?
I'll move that we approve the minutes with any necessary corrections submitted to Karen Yella.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great. Okay. Mr. Marriott?
All right. At the end of June, our ending balance was $44,545.52. No checks were cashed, probably because the checks we have written haven't gotten to the people that they're going to.
Can we do that tomorrow?
Yeah, let's do it tomorrow. Also, Rochelle, I talked with Gottlieb. He said that you signing the checks isn't ideal, but it is permitted. So I think under the circumstances, I think we can move forward with you can sign the checks that, I don't have a problem with it unless you do.
And I forgot my receipts for this month, so.
All right, but just.
But I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about Karen, so.
Right, yeah, but to be clear though, like tomorrow, if you want to sign your checks so we can get them out of the book, that'd be good.
All right.
Oh, also I'd like to make a motion to approve of a $250 expense for Karen Yella for website maintenance and minutes.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, this is announcements. Any announcements, commissioners?
Nope.
I have a couple quick announcements. Number one, I'll repeat as I've done every month recently that if people have not yet completed the census, please do so. You can do so online. You can do it on the phone. You can even do it, through the mail. But very shortly, you're going to get someone from the census knocking on your door if you don't go ahead and submit it. And it's important to submit, to reply to the census, because that is how funding for a great number of different programs from the federal government to the District of Columbia government are allocated. Number two, on behalf of the commission, I'd like to apologize for the fact that in recent days, our website has been hacked and people have been subjected to advertisements for sexual performance enhancement drugs. We are looking into this and hope that it does not happen again, but again, apologies for anyone that might have been disturbed by unexpected messages when they were trying to check the agenda and the sign-in information for tonight's meeting. And
Well,
hopefully,
Alex, let me ask you this, because I sent the agenda several times today, and I used my phone. How did people? I didn't see any of that. How did?
yeah, no, I've had two separate reports from two different constituents, one last night and one today, that both reported the same problem. So they independently would not have come up with that. So,
No,
but
I understand, but I'm saying, but I was off and on the webpage a couple times today, and I didn't see that. So
yeah, so Karen is reaching out to our web folks to try to make sure that any security issues can be addressed.
okay.
And the last, for those of you that may not already have heard, after 10 terms and 20 years as an ANC commissioner representing Central Shaw, I will not be seeking an 11th term on the commission. So I will be ending my service at the end of this year. But however, I am seeking an at-large seat on the city council. The seat specifically that's being vacated by current at-large council member David Grasso when he leaves his term at the end of this year. So folks have appreciated my 20 years of efforts in transforming this neighborhood into a better place to live, work, shop, play, pray, and learn. I would invite you to go to my website at alexpadro.com and find out how you can support my campaign.
All right, Alex. Okay, thank you.
Alex,
thank you for your service.
Is you work for large?
Yes, that's correct.
Kevin, we can't use this as a platform for Alex's campaign. Okay. So we thank you for your service. And any other announcements from the commissioners? No? Okay, I'm going to open up the community. I see you, Alex, open, so I'm going to go to Michaela first, okay? Michaela? Michaela? Oop. Michaela? Michaela?
Hello?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Good evening. I think this is the latest I've been with you all.
This meeting ever.
Well, I hope you all are doing well. I just have two quick updates. The first, of course, many of probably all of us know that we've entered phase 2 in our reopen DC efforts in response to COVID-19. Phase 2 began on June 2nd, and that really expanded some activities allowable under our current posture. So we're able to gather in groups of 50, no more than 50 people, non-essential retail businesses like your TJ Maxx are now open under, as long as they follow certain protocols issued by Department of Health. Barbershops, hair salons, the nail salons, they're open, but also under strict guidance of DOH. We always encourage folks to wear masks when they are engaging in those activities. And if you need a test, to get a test, if you are interested in some of the free testing that the district is hosting with some of our partners at fire stations and Judiciary Square, the times and locations of those testing opportunities are at coronavirus.dc.gov. So that's coronavirus.dc.gov for everything testing, resources, information about phase 2, and our reopen plans. Next, I'll go to DPR wanted me to share that they're kicking off their 20-year master planning effort with interactive online activities and virtual meetings beginning this month. DPR is encouraging residents to share their ideas and visions on parks and recreational space here in the district. If you want to learn more about the master plan and share some of your ideas and participate in those virtual meetings, visit ready2playdc.com. That's ready2playdc.com. Again, I'm one of the mayor's Ward 6 liaisons. If you have any issues really relating to district services, feel free to reach out to me. My number is 202-538-1241. Again, that's 202-538-1241.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Michaela, commissioners? No. Any questions from the community? This is Michaela's from the mayor's office. Raise your hand, your virtual hand, or press *9. No. Okay, Michaela, we'll be in touch. Good to see you.
You all too.
And Alex Lopez, you're next. And then I have Naomi Mitchell, but you go ahead, Alex Lopez.
Hi, good evening. So I think if one thing is clear from this evening's meeting, this ANC really values community input. So I wanted to, my name is Alex Lopez. I'm the chair of the Transportation Advisory Committee. We are always looking for new members to join the committee and help inform this ANC's agenda and decisions on issues related to transportation and public space. If you're interested in joining our committee, please give me an email at alopez.anc6e. Sorry, alopez.anc6e@gmail.com. That information is also available on the ANC website. We meet the last Tuesday of every month. However, we will not be meeting in the month of the month of July. Our next meeting is scheduled for August 25th. And we're always looking to recruit new members to discuss these issues.
And then also let me add, thank you, Alex Lopez, is that we have Alex Padro's ABRA committee and Tony Brown's historic/zoning committee. So we welcome partners or attendance in all those. All right, thanks, Alex. Okay, so I have Naomi Mitchell.
Am I off mute?
You are, no, you're off mute. Go ahead. How are you?
I'm going to try to be quick because I've got a long list of things to tell you about. As you know, this is the budget season, and so you know the first reading of all of the proposed council actions happened today, and it requires a second reading before they're official. But in the interim, lots of things happened that became effective July 1. One of the ones is that we finally have paid family leave as of July 1st, up to 8 weeks for various kinds of dependent needs for an employee to be on family leave. We also have, as of July 1, the minimum wage goes to $15 an hour. We have a number of things that the federal government is offering, like under the COVID impact, we have low-income residents who are behind in their rent, who need help with rental assistance. That's available. We have, some of you know about the fireworks and how difficult that is, especially for the dogs. But there is a GO team that's been formed. The fire marshal leads it along with some federal people. So if you need a visit to your neighborhood because people are running you crazy with fireworks, there's a number to call. It's 727-1614. If you need someone to come and silence the fireworks or at least look into who's causing them and try to mediate for you. There will be free student lunch meals this summer, starting June 1st. So it won't end with this particular school semester, continue through. Mainly will be dispersed at recreation centers, which hopefully will be open. Let's see. What else about it? Oh, Ward 2 has a new council member. Jack Evans has been replaced from now until the November election by a young woman by the name of Brooke Pinto. She's immediately been sworn in, so she's sitting now as a council member in Jack Evans's seat. I think I've got one or two other things. Michaela didn't get a chance to mention it, but a really important bit of information is that as a result of all those protests in our city during the height of it all, we've apparently got no spike in the COVID tests. So we're still low. And she mentioned one, but there's also another place, if you want to know where testing sites are. It's called needatest.getatest.com. Let's see, I think those are the major things that I wanted to tell you about. You know that there has been some reconsideration of the initial Judiciary and Public Safety Committee legislation based on the mayor wanting to have a conversation. So while the committee chair reduced the bill by 15 million, before that, the mayor had reduced it by 20. So the issues are how that can be implemented in view of what the mayor feels, what the council feels. So they're actually going to reconsider what was passed in the budget hearings by Charles's committee. So more to be determined. So that's basically all I needed to share with you.
Okay, great. Any questions for Naomi Mitchell from Charles Allen's, also from the commissioners? Which is, I guess, just Alex and I don't know where the other two are. Oh, yes, Marianne.
You know, next time you might put
on my screen where they were in a neat row. They all shifted.
You know, you might.
Kevin.
You know, you might in the future put Michaela and I earlier in the agenda. We promise we'll listen to the rest.
This will be the longest meeting we're never going to have again, right? So, Alex Padro or Alex Merritt or Kevin. Any questions for Naomi?
No question.
Okay.
There's no one to put you out. That's why we have these long meetings.
All right. So, anyone from the community have questions for Naomi Mitchell from Charles Allen's office? Raise your virtual hand or press *9. No questions. Okay.
Is anybody still there either?
Yes, we have a big crowd, 24 people, Naomi, come on. So, all right, so no question. No, Kate, do you have a question? Hold on, I see someone waving. Kate, you have to unmute yourself. There you go, Kate.
I'd like to make a separate announcement if that'd be okay.
Sure, of course.
Thank you. I'll try and keep this as absolutely brief as possible. I know we're quite late. A reflection of the many, many things you guys do, so thank you. I'm a local DC resident, and I just wanted to share a little bit of information about a nonprofit in DC that I volunteer with, which is Community Mediation DC. And during a time when many of us are stuck at home, maybe with not so chosen friends and family, and as has come up a bit tonight, some thoughts on rethinking the role of police and dealing with conflict in the community. I just wanted to make sure that you guys are aware of this already existing free resource for all DC residents. It's a relatively new nonprofit. It's only about 3 years. For anyone that doesn't know, mediation is a voluntary, confidential process. Right now we're doing it over Zoom, but it's normally face-to-face. And so I just asked the commissioners, you know, if you guys know anyone that would make great mediators, we provide free training. If you have any cases that you'd like to refer, we're always open. And if you'd like to hear more, I'm happy to share more information.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, I think we're at the end here, folks. We will not be having a meeting in August. The commission takes an August break, so our next meeting will be Tuesday, September 1st. So I move that we adjourn this meeting.
Seconded.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, Kevin. All right, and I want to give a big shout out to Ed and Marcus, who are my co-hosts, because I'm telling you, we had the highest. We had 104 people, and that's the biggest crowd we've ever had. So I could not have done it without them. So big kudos to Ed and Marcus. Yay. Okay, meeting over. Bye, everyone. Thank you, Karen.
Good night.
Bye-bye. Bye, everyone. Thank you. Bye, Bob.